You trying this one? Testing, testing. All right.
They only tagging now. They only tagging now. No. Yeah, just slightly. Welcome to Pretoria, High Performance Center, South Africa versus Afghanistan in this triangular series. It's a beautiful day out here. Earlier on, I caught up with the captains from South Africa and Afghanistan, and this is how it went down. Welcome to the HPC for this game, South Africa A versus Afghanistan. I'm here at the coin toss with the South African captain Kaya Zondo and the Afghanistan captain Shafika Ullah Shafak and the match referee Lawrence Matruas. Kaya Zondo will spin the coin. It's heads. Shafiq, you've won the toss. What have you decided?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'll ball first here.
And the reasons for that?
In morning time, in the wicket, some are moisturized, and I'm trying my best. My bowler trying best. He line length. Yeah.
Okay. Anything you want to work on for today's game?
No, same team here.
Okay. Same team. Thank you. Good luck for the game. Kaya, you've lost the toss today. Are you happy with that decision, or were you going to think otherwise?
Yeah, we were also going to have a ball first, but look, it still looks like a good pitch, so we'll just have to make it work.
You've come off a win against India, pretty much low-scoring game. Are there any things that, as a team, you like to focus on, you like to improve on, and apply it in this game?
Not really. The only thing is the pitch wasn't the best to bat on the last game, so we'll just see the conditions here and we'll take it as we play the game.
Any changes with the team?
Yeah, Mosehle in and Shamsi in. We've had 2 injuries to Purin Hendricks and John Smuts.
Good luck with the game.
Okay, thank you very much.
There you have the gents. Afghanistan won the toss and they've chose to field. South African side has come off a win against India. They'll be looking to be very clinical in this game. And Afghanistan will try to compete against the strong South African A side, who is coming from an English tour. With me in the commentary box here is a former Protea player himself. Johan van der Vaart has been in these situations day in, day out. Good morning, Johanna.
Morning to me. Fantastic to be here in Pretoria. Live streaming game here at South Africa against Afghanistan A. To me, lovely to be here in Pretoria. Fantastic day for cricket. Mid-June, South Africa bringing out a strong side today, playing Afghanistan. South Africa obviously losing the toss. Batting first, I don't think they'll be too disappointed with that. I think there will be a lot of movement this morning. Maybe a first few overs, but it looked to have a run fest today.
Yeah, it looks a beautiful pitch out there. Looks very flat. We know how it gets here in Centurion when it gets hot. And there's an opportunity here for this gentleman, this South African opening pair, to put the numbers on the board. Always is an opportunity to score runs.
Yeah, fairly solid start here, but I mean, not a lot of shape, not a lot of swing, fairly solid start. South Africa, we've got Risa Hendricks opening. You all know Risa Hendricks played a few games for South Africa. Guy was always in good nick, classical. He's opening with Henry Davids. A little bit of a waist drift there. Henry Davids just having a good look.
Yeah, they'll be testing themselves out there. These Afghanistan opening bowlers. They are bowling against the two gentlemen who've had a taste of the top honours. Both of them representing South Africa in the shorter version of the game.
They've fallen wide, giving a little bit of width. Henry Davids on the drive. And they back for two. A fairly solid start. It's the end of the over one. South Africa 3 without loss.
Very steady start to the proceedings this morning. I think both teams trying to feel their way with the conditions. And surely the South African side will want to bat deep in this 50 overs.
Yeah, you can see South Africa's batting card. Davids, Hendricks, two very experienced players. South Africa bat very deep. Dean batting at number 6. Dwayne Pretorius, he's in good form.
That is center.
Risa Hendricks, South Africa's opening batsman, takes strike for the first time. Too far out. Left arm seamer. Yeah, to me, this is South Africa's second game in this Tri Nations. This Tri Series, they played India the other day. India, obviously, have a very strong side. South Africa won that game. So they come into this. They come into this game with a bit of confidence. We all expect South Africa to win this game. Afghanistan A, they still learning in the straight.
No, absolutely, and I think the first two games have been fairly low scoring, but today it looks a beautiful wicket, beautiful outfield, and it's an opportunity for these opening batsmen to pile some runs on the board to put their team out of reach for when the chase happens from Afghanistan.
Short and wide, that's no ball. It's going to be a free hit for South Africa. Risa Hendricks will feel he's missed out. It was short and wide. Hit it straight to the cover point. But free hit coming up for Risa. That's the way you want to start. You're not off the market and you get a free hit. It's nice.
Very naughty early on from Farid, very naughty. He stepped over the line. Does give Risa Hendricks an opportunity to pick his spot.
Yeah, obviously you can't change the field. The batters didn't cross, so he's got to keep with his 2 slips. The field's got to stay the same.
Where is he looking for this one, Farid?
Risa Hendricks straight down the ground. Didn't time it perfectly. Bit of a stutter there, but they'll get through for 2. I feel he'll miss out. Maybe the wicket, getting used to the paces of the wicket a little bit. Might be a little bit slow, but I agree with you. We might see a bit of a run fest here today. Outfield's beautiful. It will be quick. Interesting, Afghanistan starting with 2 slips. Not a lot of swing. I'm sure they'll just have a look at the beginning. See if there's a little bit of movement.
Yeah, rightfully so. Have your man catching up front. You'll never know what this new ball can do.
Yeah, Farid. Left arm seen a real bustling action. Not a great amount of pace, but his strong point will be line and length. Bustles in, left arm. It's always nice to have a left arm in different angles. As I say, not a lot of greater pace, but we haven't seen a lot of swing this morning to me.
Yeah, just going with the arm, the angle, but he's managed to hit the good areas early on in this over. They've gone up, they've gone up, they've gone up. They're going to have no luck. It struck the pads. It looked to work it down the leg side, the Risa Hendricks. And they did ask validly to the umpire, but it was turned down.
And we have a look again, massive shot. Looks like pitching outside leg for me. I think it's a good decision. Yes, the left armer to me has to swing the ball back to get the right turn at LBW. Otherwise, you've always got a chance of pitching outside leg, and I think that was the case. Good call.
Let's let one go. Yeah, Bongani Jele is very experienced as an umpire, so he would have seen it all. Just that last decision, possibly pitching outside leg stump, as Johan just said. Probably would have been better to just be looking straight down the wicket. Risa Hendricks to play that early on. But the likes of Bongani Jele are not going to make a mistake on those ones.
Yeah, Risa Hendricks, as we all know, very strong square of the wicket. Another shout, a little bit higher, that one. Except for the no ball, really good over. South Africa 6 without loss after the second over.
Bustling in. Just a little bit of hint of swing, but looks like it was always going over the wicket and pitching outside leg stump, so it doesn't trouble the batsman. Steady start. After 2 overs, 6 runs on the board. Henry Davids and Risa Hendricks will take their time. They've got the whole day here to bat. very experienced. The South African A side have just come from an England tour. So they've had a lot of cricket already in the season, building up to the South African season. And they've got another opportunity here.
Down the track from Henry Williams. A little bit of movement, playing a miss. Very well bowled from Yamin. He would have seen Henry come down the wicket. Henry Davis is also expect to be the aggressor in our openings partnership. He likes to use his feet, put bowlers under pressure. A little bit of movement away there. We haven't seen a lot, but very well bowled from Yamin.
Yeah, they've got 2 slips in place and sort of like a 4th slip. He's put that one away, short and wide. Henry Davis is not going to miss out on that.
Our first boundary of the morning, short and wide. Henry Davis doesn't miss out of those. That's what Henry would be looking for. Quick outfield. And that's Henry Davis' first boundary. Also South Africa's first boundary of the day.
Yeah, I think the bowler just adjusting his length after that over where that ball actually where Henry Davis advanced down the wicket, just tended to pull his length back on that occasion, getting it wrong.
Very good comeback from Yamin there. Yeah, interesting. Afghanistan having 2 slips, and you alluded to a gully 4th slip. One doesn't feel that too many balls is going to go there, but it's good to see aggressive. There you can see the 2 slips and sort of a 4th slip, a gully.
Short and wide again. Henry Davis climbs on that one on the back foot. There's a chase, and the ball will win that race. Another 4 to Henry Davis as South Africa moves on to 14 without loss.
Yeah, as I was saying, very quick outfield to get value for your shots. Bowler giving Henry Davis a couple of freebies in the second over. One of Henry Davis' strong points, short and wide, and he's missed out on one already, but he's not going to miss out again.
Yeah, he will need to just adjust his length here and actually to settle, just allowing the ball for some work to do. A little bit fuller would be the answer. It's not going to help trying to really bang the ball into the pitch.
Fielding change here. The gully comes out. He goes into cover. Squille comes in. I feel this is a little bit of better fielder for the bowler.
Misses out on that one there, Henry Davis. Yeah, they really need to settle on some kind of line and length to put those 2 men catching in business. And the pitch will do a little bit for about 30 minutes or so, but I think as the day progresses, we'll find out that this is a beautiful wicket to bat on.
Yeah, I also feel this is a much better field for the bowler. The line he is looking for. End of a productive over for South Africa. End of the 3rd over, South Africa 14 without loss.
A lot of planning going on between these 2. Henry Davis talking a lot, obviously assessing the wicket, trying to figure out a way how they're going to go about setting up a proper score on this wicket.
Yeah, these 2 guys are very experienced. They'll know they can bide their time. Both of them can catch up. Henry Davis with a good start, 10 of 12.
Solid. A nice bustling in action where he runs in, hits the deck. And I think that's the way to go about it. When the ball is not giving you that much assistance, you got to run in and hit that deck on this sort of conditions.
Yeah, we must remember as well, it's still July in the IFL tier, very early, so we won't get wickets that fly through to the keeper. That's a fantastic line. I think the line they're looking for is off stump, full stump, width on a wicket like this. It's easy scoring for the South Africans.
Full and wide, and is put away by Reza Hendricks with ease through the covers, and that's going to run away for 4.
Fantastic shot from Hendricks. That's his strength. Through cover, square of the wicket. Bowler giving him a little bit of width, giving him time to free his arms. Doesn't miss out. I think he really muddled it enough to get it for 4. Reza Hendricks with his first boundary of the day. He'll be feeling a little bit more comfortable after that. Give him a little bit more confidence.
He's taking his time here, Reza. And that's what needs to happen. You can see that this is going to be a beautiful batting deck. So he will try and take as much time as he wants, putting the bad balls away where necessary.
Yeah, it's a better length, I feel, from Farid. You know, sort of take the ball across. Reza, it's still interesting. They still got the 2 slips. I don't think they'll have those for long on a wicket like this. You know, your catches in front of the wicket comes into play quite a lot. As you can see there's 2 slips. They've got a mid-wicket, a shortish mid-wicket on the right-hand side of on your screen. They're catching, and a guy like that will come into play on a little bit of a slower wicket today.
Full again. Well filled at this time, and the non-striker's in, but no damage done. Yeah, Afghanistan just coming off a loss against India a couple of days back. What do you think they're going to be trying to achieve, from these games? They are playing 2 quality teams who have been around in international cricket. The A side, they usually are the feeder for the national side. So what do you think the Afghanistan's plan or goals for this tour will be?
Yeah, this is obviously a massive opportunity for the guys from Afghanistan. Look, they were drafted into this series a little bit later. As we all know, Australia was supposed to be here. There's a little bit of a pay dispute there. That's a point for another day. But really well bowled. Farid, excellent delivery. Little bit of movement away from Reza Hendricks. Beats the outside edge. That's maybe the reason why they've got a couple of slips. They feel if they get it in the right area, there's a chance. Pitches leg. Leaves him. Fantastic delivery. Yeah, I mean, it's a massive experience for Afghanistan. They play against a lot of quality cricketers, a lot of South Africans, a lot of the Indian teams has played international cricket. So I feel for them it's a massive experience, a learning experience. They obviously new in cricket, so it's a learning experience, and I feel that's what they've got to take out of it and learn as much as you can. Try and compete, but learn as much as you can in this series.
Absolutely, and that's the end of the over. 18 for no wicket after 4 overs. No, and absolutely, I think that's the best way that they can learn is to play against these stronger teams around the world. They've started off steady. South Africa, Andrew Davis is on 10 after 12 balls, and his partner Reza Hendricks going very slowly and cautiously. 6 after 13. They'll be happy where they are at the moment. I think the less wickets they lose up front, the better that they can set themselves that massive total on this beautiful outtake.
Yeah, they'll feel a solid start. They've got a lot of strikers in that lineup. Coming in a bit later, we've got a field change. They've extra extra fielder to cover point. So 7-2 field for Yamin here. Two straight on his legs. Henry Davids doesn't miss out there. Didn't get all of it. He'll get back for two.
Yeah, it's not quite the place to bowl when you've got such a field. A little bit too straight. You will find out very quickly that Henry Davids is absolutely strong on his legs. So anything that is straight will be punished.
Yeah, as I alluded earlier, very difficult field for a bowler to bowl to a 7-2. We saw in the previous over, he bowled a couple of wides ones, so that sort of gets you away from your lines. I'd rather see a 6-3 field.
Nudged again on the leg side. They're going to be pushing for two. They're going to turn that one down. You will find out very quickly, Yamin, that it doesn't quite swing from the leg side. So he needs to just hang it out there towards the offside, get his slips into the game, bowl according to his field. Margins for error become very minimal on a good batting deck. He's going to have to learn very quickly.
Again too straight. This time to Riza Hendricks. A turn for two, easy two. One feels he needs to get a square leg umpire, a square leg fielder in there, right next to the square leg umpire. Saved a few runs. They're obviously thinking it. Both these, both these guys very strong off the legs. The field change comes now. The extra guy from the cover, is coming over to the leg side. He'll come into square leg, mid wicket. Riza Hendricks, fantastic balance. Nudges it for two, easy two.
That's better. You do feel, though, the decision to get that man across to the leg side is the right decision because he's been bowling there. But initially, he would like to keep him on the offside if he keeps on bowling to his field. You know, I just really think he still hasn't found his mark yet. Still struggling a bit for direction.
Yeah, another thing we must remember, a lot of these guys from Afghanistan hasn't played in our conditions. This is all new for them. This is a new experience, which is fantastic for them.
Playing a miss. Full Riza Hendricks going for the straight drive. Just leaving him slightly. Very fortunate to not have caught the edge on that occasion.
Yeah, that's the line he wants to be bowling. It's been a little bit straight this over. Riza Hendricks getting beaten outside the off stump.
Full on that occasion, he's lent onto it. He's running away to the boundary. There's a chase in vain. He hauls it back in. Good chasing for the two fielders. They will get 3 runs. The South African side. That's the end of the over. After 5 overs, South Africa 26 for no wicket. The guys are settling in here, the South African opening pair. Davids on 13, going very good. At just less than a run a ball, well supported by Hendricks. The longer these two are here, that's when the Afghanistan are going to start worrying.
Farid continuing, left arm seamer. He's taken a slip out. He's had a good start. He's only gone for 7 and 2. He's had a couple of LBW shouts. Definitely something in this guy, a little bustling bowler. Or as I said, you know, Always nice having a left arm in your attack. Just brings that, a little bit of a different aspect, different angles.
Oh, he's running today, and he's hit the deck. He hasn't done much wrong besides the no ball, but he's really hit the deck, which is what you're supposed to do on these conditions, which don't quite assist you with the ball. Done it again. Looks like he's settling into a nice rhythm. Back of the length, leaving the right-hander. Has taken out the slip, though. I'm not sure that's such a wise idea. The way he's bowling has been more consistent than his counterpart now on the other end. So I think the right thing to do would be definitely to put a man back in the slips, giving himself an opportunity to find that edge.
Certainly hitting his length nicely here. A little bit of carry from his side this morning.
Stepped over the line again. Starting to be a problem as much as he's bowling well and hitting the decks. Just giving away another free hit. Another opportunity here for the South Africans to really pick their spot and get momentum going in the right direction for them.
Yeah, this is Naughty. It's his second one. He got away with the previous one. But Naughty again, he can't change the field. They haven't changed Teresa Hendrick. He's got a second chance. Trying to clear the boundary of the free hit. Teresa Hendrick's favorite areas, straight and over cover. Interesting to see where he will go.
Short and has put it straight up in the air, but it's obviously not going to count. Such as the rules of the no ball. We're bowled again, really hitting the deck. On that occasion, Reza Hendricks getting it high up on his bat. Doesn't quite get the connection that he wants. But South Africa are still without loss.
No, we haven't seen the best of timing this morning from Reza. He's maybe just a little bit struggling a little bit with getting the pace of the wicket. Obviously not the quickest wicket, but the longer he'll stay there, the easier it will get for him.
Nice hit on that occasion. Opportunity for Henry Davis to put that away. Just doesn't quite get the connection that he wants. He forces a false stroke.
And again, we see not the greatest at timing. Quite a full delivery. Maybe the wicket a little bit slower, which means, as you can see, not perfect timing. Which means the later the day is going to go on, South Africa their bowlers might get a bit of turn. I think it might get a little bit more difficult the older the ball gets.
Goes back of the length, leaving the right-hander. Can't really do much about that as a batsman. Those are beautiful conditions to bat in. Sun is out, cloudless sky. Beautiful wicket prepared here at Tuks. Final ball of the over, still a slip at in place. Solid on the front foot, Henry Davids. That will end the over. After 6 overs, South Africa A at 28 for no wicket. And from one former international to the next, Kruger van Wyk And Cobus Pino will take the proceedings forward.
Good morning here from Tuks, myself and Creer here. Been a very good start by South Africa. Davids and Hendricks here doing a good start for us here. 28 of out lost after 6, and it's been a very good start by South Africa.
Good morning to all our viewers and listeners around the world, and a really nice start, as Cobus mentioned here, by South Africa. There's been a change of bowler, Karimullah Janat, who comes into the attack from the HBC end. Beautiful back foot punch by Riley's, a beautiful start to kick his innings on.
Yeah, as the previous guys discussed there, they struggled to get used to the pace of the wicket, and they just showed how I waited for the ball to hit it back into the ground. And it's been a very, very good back foot punch there by Reza Hendricks.
From being slightly too short and straight to being too straight. And Reza Hendricks continues his nice form this morning. Just tucks one off the hip to deep square leg and collects another 2.
Yeah, it's a tough start here for Karim. Reza Hendricks straight away putting some pressure on him. Boundary of the first ball and the 2 of the second ball. So he's definitely a little bit on the back foot here with his start, Karim.
That's a much better length. Much better. He's found that top of off stump line and length, which on these conditions would probably be most effective today. It's not the quickest wicket, so the longer the day will go on, you'll see a lot less catches behind the stumps, and the bowlers bowl a lot of off-pace deliveries and probably settle into that line and length. So his captain would be delighted with that area he's bowling, and now he just needs to kick on from there. Beautiful stroke by Reza Hendricks. He has really stamped down his authority on this over, and the bowler's on a tremendous amount of pressure and stress now. He's taken the initiative and really capitalised on a few tough deliveries, but also a couple of easy ones, and he looks in fine form this morning.
Yeah, Kriyan, I think you hit the nail on the head there. That length that you can hit the top of off stump is very important to find. And I think if you look at the back end of the South African winter, the wicket will be a bit slower. And he's just been too short and too full at the 2 boundary occasions, which makes it very hard for his captain to set a field.
Absolutely, Cobus. Absolutely. It's very important, as you know, this time of the year in the high felt, wickets are slower, they are drier. And you'll see as the day progresses as well that the slower bowlers, your spin bowlers, they'll come into the game a lot more as well. But, you know, they've made their first bowling change this morning without much luck from the new ball bowlers that didn't strike. So immediately the whole bowling attack is under pressure with this first over by Karim going for 10 already.
That's a much better length there by Karim. That length we talked about is sort of an indifferent length between short and full, which makes it very hard to score. And the reason by being the wicket is quite slow, it's quite hard to rotate the strike, so it will be quite a lot of boundaries hit in the beginning without the sweepers out in the field.
38 without loss after 7 overs.
Look at the Afghan bowling card there. The 2 openings bowlers were decent. Yeah, him a little bit indifferent there, and Karim struggled there with his first over that went for 10.
Change of bowling, left them around.
There's been a change of bowling from the university end. Sharafidin Ashraf will come into the attack. A left arm spinner, and he's going to bowl around the wicket here to Henry Davids.
I think it's a very good ploy by the Afghanistan captain to take pace of the ball here. The only thing that's going to be tough is only going to be have 2 guys on the boundary, so still part of the first power play, so it will be quite tough for him to get his length and his line right to not go for too many runs.
Nice start by Sharaf. Like Kobus mentioned, really important with only still being in the first power play here that you can only have 2 fielders on the boundary, so he needs to find his area nice and early, and it will be interesting to see if there's much assistance for him.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what line you want to bowl here. You've got a deep square out and a long off out, so I'm not too sure what his plans are here with the field he's set.
Davids just tucks one off the hip, who moves to 13, 14, and just setting himself up for a nice long day at the crease. Beautiful shot. Obviously not a lot of turn. He was able to come down the wicket, a hop, skip and a jump, and he just lofted over mid-on for 4. And he just keeps ascending himself on this game. So Risa Hendricks looks in really good form. And like we said, with only 2 fielders out on the boundary, another new change is under pressure immediately here.
That was very good intent here by Risa Hendricks, where he put pressure on the change bowler straight away, and both of them are feeling the pressure from the batters, who are showing positive intent and has been at the wicket in the 8th over here and are doing a very good job for South Africa.
As we see a change in field, long off comes up and they are pushing long on back where the boundary has just been hit. Beautiful shot, inside out by Henry Davids, lofted over the guy at long off, who's just been brought up for 6. And that's our first maximum of the game. A beautiful lofted extra cover drive. And like we saw earlier, Sharaf is under pressure now as well, just after bringing that man up and putting long on back. But a beautiful counter attack by Henry Davids.
Yeah, massive pressure for the bowler here. He's trying to turn the ball away from the right-handed batter, and he brought that fielder up. There Reza goes again, and another maximum. 2 very, very good shots by Reza Hendricks.
Two beautiful shots there. And it'll be interesting to see what the captain does and how he counters this. Indeed, there will be a change in field. They are pushing their long off back, and deep square leg comes up.
That's a better lane there by this left arm spinner. I just feel that's a better field. He tried to bowl a bit fuller, and he just opened the field up for Reza here to get 2 boundaries there, and he didn't have really a set plan there. He had 2 fielders on the onside there, and he's trying to turn the ball away from the right-handed batter, which put a bit of pressure on him in his opening over.
55 without loss after 8 overs. As you can see, we've got our Manhattan high rises there, and the last couple of overs been the big ones. We just had 18 runs scored off that last over, and South Africa are really starting to push down and move into 3rd and 4th gear here. So let's see how this next over from Kareem goes.
That's a better length there by Kareem, keeping Henry Davids on the front foot, getting forward, but he can't score from that length. What's important for me to see is here on this wicket that's a bit slow is a partnership. The longer you're going to bat and the more you're going to get used to the wicket, the easier it's going to be. And I think that's very important from a South African A point of view, to make sure we create partnerships here and bat long periods together.
Tucks it around, past short fine leg, fielder around the ropes, he picks it up cleanly, but they've collected 2 runs as well. Yes, absolutely, and we've already seen a change in field and tactics here as well. Slip has gone out. They've pushed a short fine leg up into the ring, and they're definitely going to bowl a lot straighter here with a lot of change-ups. And it's like Querber said, the longer the batters go here, we will see a really nice partnership in what looks like very nice batting conditions. Slightly misses his area, but he gets away with it this time. Henry would feel slightly aggrieved with that, but the way he's hitting the ball this morning, he just needs to buy his time and keep building that nice partnership that they've started here with Risa Hendricks.
Yeah, I just got a feeling that Henry just looked to overheat that ball a little bit there, where we know the wicket is a bit slow, and just to make sure that his timing is nice and late and he hits the ball under his eyes is very crucial on this wicket.
Looked like a change of pace on that delivery. It looked like a leg cutter and just a leg bye to square leg. To keep rotating that strike. If it's a single off the bat or off the pads, just important that they keep growing this partnership.
I think that's going to play a big role, as you earlier mentioned, on today's wicket. It's just going to get slower and lower as the day progresses. So hopefully the South African bowlers and the rest of the Afghanistan bowlers having a look at that to make sure that they use their change up in the armory.
This time he goes straight to mid-on, and his captain would be slightly happy with that line. I think, like we said as well, the bowlers, there's a very small margin for error on a slow wicket. So you've got to ensure that you hit the stumps with most of your deliveries. If it's the hit the wicket delivery, if it's a slower ball, if it's your Yorkers later on the day. I think it's very important you keep the stumps in play on a slow and a low wicket. So he just needs to pull his length back slightly, but that was much better.
There again, just a single where he just roll his fingers over the seam of the ball, changes the pace, and it makes it a lot harder to hit through the line. I think what's important here also is, from Afghanistan point of view, is not to just try and survive the power play, to still look to get wickets. I just feel they're going through the motions here when they won the toss, bowled first, but it just looks like they're trying to get out of the power play a little bit here.
South Africa moved to 59 without loss after 9 overs. As we look at the two sides again with the batting orders, South Africa, you've got a really nice batting order. You've got Mangalishu Mushele, who looks like he'll be moving into number 3, and with Heinrich Klaasen as well. And then you've got the captain, Kaya Zondo. All three of them strike, good ball strikers. Guys will look to continue with this good start, but let's hope we can see this partnership grow for a bit longer.
Just looked like it upped the pace a little bit there, that delivery. I think that's quite important here. Not looking to get too much turn here, but actually get the right length on this wicket.
That's the first time that we've seen 2 dots in a row for quite a while. He would be looking to build on that. Big appeal. Umpire Chele had a look at it but declined. But some good early signs now. It looks like Sharaf is starting to find the pace and length to bowl on this wicket, just to tie Hendricks down a little bit.
Down the ground to long off there by Reza Hendricks. I think this is a much better field here by Sharaf. It just looks like he got a little bit more options, and he takes the option for Reza to use his feet and hit him over the top out of the equation. So he needs to hit across the line to get a boundary, which makes it a little bit harder for the batters.
Field changes for Davids as they bring Long on up again and pushes Long off back, and deep square leg go back. Hendrick uses his feet, and Hendricks is down for a single. A throw at the non-striker's end, but luckily we had Rohat backing up from deep long off. and it's only a leg bye.
Yeah, very good intent there by Henry Davids. You've seen the field change, and straight away he tried to exploit that area where he had a potential boundary. As we can see here, the field goes back to the way it was of the long on and long off for Reza Hendricks.
Beautiful rotation by Hendricks. It takes him to 41 of a mere 33 deliveries, and that concludes the first power play, which will allow the Afghanistan A captain to push a few more fielders back. But still very important to try and make a breakthrough here. The longer these two players bat and set a nice foundation here for South Africa A, the more trouble there'll be. So let's see how they play this next power play.
Karim is going to bowl his third over now with a little bit more protection. So it'll be interesting to see for us what's his plan going to be. I think, as Kriya earlier mentioned, to attack the stumps a little bit more and to see if that's effective at all.
Beautiful shot by Hendricks as he just gets a little tickle down to fine leg for 4. Just shows a beautiful touch that he's shown this morning. He's shown good intent and aggression with some power shots, but also beautiful touch there. And that takes him to 45. And the run rate as well just keeps growing. South Africa A on 6.5 runs basically per over here. And under pressure immediately from the first ball in his over here.
Yeah, that's a poor delivery there from Karim. If you look at the field set, you want him to come a bit straight there. But sometimes straight means off stump and not middle and leg stump, which he bowled there. And it just made it easy for Reza to get the ball around the corner for another boundary.
Another change in field just before that ball was delivered. Karim deciding together with his captain to bring fine leg up and push long off, deep square leg and a deep cover as long as the third man back on the ropes. So very important that a captain and bowler is on the same page and in sync about what area you want to bowl. So with this field, you don't want to go too much further outside. On off stump, you just want to look to hit the top of off bail.
Beautiful cover drive there by Reza Hendricks. I'm just not too sure about the Afghanistan plans here. It's an incredible shot by Reza, but the boundaries are just going both sides of the wicket, which makes it very hard for the Afghanistan captain. And as we earlier mentioned, a lot of pressure on Karim. As we can see there, Reza Hendricks, 49 of 41 deliveries. Let's see if he gets his half century on this beautiful morning.
Hendricks moves to 50. A very, very good start for South Africa A, and how he has set the tone for this inning so far has been very wonderful. It's been off a mere 42 deliveries with 6 fours and 2 sixes.
Yeah, I just showed you a shift in momentum there by Reza Hendricks. His first 10-15 balls, he struggled to get the pace of the wicket, and he started using his feet. And it's been incredible innings from there with some incredible boundary hitting.
Very good by Davids. Very, very fine cricket by Henry Davids, knowing that Reza Hendricks is in good form and he's just looking to give him strike. He's nice and positive and proactive. And even though Hendricks has done the majority of the scoring this morning, Henry Davids is on 18 of 25 balls. So he's just quietly going about his work, building his innings and ensuring that as much strike goes to Hendricks as possible.
I think it's a ploy of a very good player, because Henry Davids usually is the one who's the aggressor up front, and today he's realizing it's Hendricks' day and he giving him the strike.
Slightly uppish, but just full short. That concludes the over. South Africa A 72 without loss after 11. Just looking at South Africa's scorecard, a lot of batting to come. If you look at two top all-rounders in Faan Beardine, Dwayne Pretorius, who's still to come, they want to see if they save that firepower to the back end. A push to cover, but well fielded. The Afghanistan A side's fielding has been very good this morning. They've shown good energy and they want to continue on that little bit of fielding work.
Yeah, Sharaf has found the pace to the wicket to bowl. He's been a little bit more effective here. Only went for 3 runs in his previous over. Another 2 dots here. So it's important for the batters now to keep the momentum and to keep going against Sharaf.
This ball slightly quicker, but well fielded by the player at point. Seems to be varying his pace a lot. He's just starting to feel comfortable within his spell. He wants to build on this nice start to the over. Davis looking to go for a sweep shot. The first time they've had a look this morning at going square against a slower bowler. The ball just slightly holding up and going past the outside.
Yeah, it just showed you what a couple of dot balls do. It just put a bit of indifferent thought into the batter's mind there.
Yes, you can feel something building up here. It's been 5 dots. Very important for Henry Davids to remain nice and calm and keep looking at those strong options, which has worked for both these batters this morning. Overthrows. And after us praising their fielding a little bit early on, we have a slight blip in the field with a lack of players backing up, but that concludes the over as well, and it takes Africa A to 74 without loss after 12 overs.
Yeah, there you can see the South African A-sides Manhattans. We had the 2 big overs there where Reza Hendricks really got to the bowlers when they changed them. And now it's a little bit quiet again, but I think the important thing is here, we've got a good foundation where we go more than a runner ball at the moment, and it's important for the 2 batters to keep growing. I think the important thing on today's wicket, if you've seen it, is to keep players straight as long as possible. If you look to go square of the wicket, you might find yourself into trouble. It's going to get slower and lower as the day progresses, so make sure you play it nice and straight.
And the Afghanistan captain has decided that a change of bowling is needed. After the first couple of overs of spin from the university end, they've introduced Ramat. I think this is a very good bowling attack. They've obviously summed up conditions nicely. And we're looking at a right arm finger spinner here. And a leg break bowler.
Yeah, I still wonder what Afghanistan's captain was decision at the toss to bowl first in these conditions. We look at the 2 spinners who's going to book the bankers. You might have wanted to use them in the afternoon with runs on the board, but obviously they'd fought different at the toss.
Absolutely. I thought it was quite a defensive decision to decide to bowl first, but it's really important that they don't fall asleep on their feet here and look to keep creating opportunities. The only way to restrict South Africa to a low score is by keep getting wickets. So we can see in their field placing, a lot of fielders are sitting on the ring already. All the fielders possible are out. And this really allows for South Africa to slowly keep building that score.
Yeah, it's a very defensive field, yeah. I'm not too sure what their plan is here. Just easy to rotate the strike here. And there's no real plan from the Afghanistan team at the moment.
Slightly short and wide by Ramat, and it gets cut out to the sweeper at point, and South Africa collect one.
That's the 13th over we were looking at, and we're looking at no mid wicket at the moment, so it's just so easy for Reza to rotate the strike.
A repeat of the previous delivery, and Hendricks just shows nice control, nice calmness, and he just pushes it to deep cover boundary for another single, and that partnership, like we mentioned earlier, just keeps growing slowly here. And it's a little bit of a concern here by Afghanistan, just allowing runs to come by a little bit too easily here. And as we call it, there's a false stroke by Davids. Fielder under it. Oh, wonderful effort, but unfortunately he drops it. Very, very good effort by the fielder, and how the leg spin has created a false shot by Henry Davids. But a great effort by Yamin.
Yeah, once again, the cross-patch shot allows Henry Davids not to get control of the shot, and it puts him under pressure. And I just feel like the momentum we got now from a South African point of view, we need to push a bit longer and create this partnership.
This time Risa Hendricks did slide to go for the slog sweep. And it's just amazing how often when you bring a wrist spinner into play, they never look like getting a wicket, and then all of a sudden a false chance or a half chance gets created. Definitely a chance that should have been held on to. So let's see how this partnership grows. Obviously they're looking to attack him a little bit more, but I think he will give them enough options to score from. Down to long on, taken. Henry Davids goes for 22, and Ramat strikes. And the first wicket for Afghanistan this morning is taken by Ramat.
Yeah, a couple of bad options by Henry Davids here, his last few balls. It just felt like he didn't really get the momentum he wanted and the boundaries he wanted, and he sort of gave a soft wicket away there. And the sad thing about this now is the new batter got to come in, and he's going to create a bit of pressure on Reza again to get strike.
Absolutely, and Afghanistan, they'd be buoyed by that wicket, how the leg spinners come into the attack and created something for them. So Henry Davids departs for 22 from 34 balls.
The new batter walking in for South Africa, eh? Mangalisimo Mosethle, the new batter, wicketkeeper for South Africa, walking in number 3. They've been using this ploy quite a bit lately for Mangalisimo Mosethle up the order. So definitely exciting talent. So let's see what he can entertain us with today.
Absolutely. Mosethle is also a wicket-keeper and a fine player of slow bowling and spin. So it's important that he keeps the momentum going, keeps helping Risa Hendricks towards that big score, and they just start over and build that nice partnership again. Sharaf to start the 14th over here to Mangalisho. Mosethle will take strike, and already we see a very defensive field attack with both fielders straight back on the boundary. You're long off and you're long on. So let's see how Mangalisho reacts.
I just said the defensive field. I'm very happy to see long on coming into mid on. It just created a bit more pressure for the new batter. He hasn't been used to the wicket. He hasn't faced the ball yet. So to give him an easy single will just be too easy.
Mosethle pushes back into cover and collects a single to get off the mark. Exactly what you want as a batter, to get a soft one, to get off the mark, with Afghanistan fielders just slightly deep there. When a new batter comes in, they've got a nice window now where they can get a couple quickly, but Mosethle quick on his feet and he's off the mark. tucks it off his hip and another single.
Yeah, it's two very good singles by the two South African A batters. It just shows you if you use the crease in the depth of the crease and go back in your crease, how easy it is to get the ball in the gap where you can get a single. Sometimes if you keep coming forward, you keep hitting fielders, so that's a very good ploy by the two South African batters.
Nice pace there by Sharaf, just taking a slightly bit more pace off the ball. I think if there's a stock standard pace to bowl today, that would probably hit slightly slow to allow the ball just to grip and hold a little bit. Big appeal, but umpire Chelly just had a brief look at it as the ball went to short fine leg and no real danger for Mangalisha Moshehle.
Yeah, no real turn again there. So as you mentioned, that length is very, very important, and to make sure you attack that off-stump line as much and as possible as can.
Come on, chef.
And that concludes another tidy over by Sharaf. And as we change in commentary, South Africa are 81 for 1 after 14 overs.
That's how it stands. After 81 runs on the board, Reza is still there on 54. Henry Davids will be disappointed in that dismissal. He had the opportunity to push on and just didn't get it right. Thick outside edge. It's racing all the way to the boundary. There's a chase. And the ball wins. Very lucky to get away with that outside edge. But there was no slip in place. And Rahman is very unfortunate not to get a wicket there.
Really well bowled there. Risa Hendricks on the big drive. A little bit of turn. And he manages to get an outside edge on it. Runs away from 4. A little bit of a moral victory. But 4 nonetheless to Risa Hendricks. He's up to scoring quite a bit.
Quick single. Good running.
Now, Dumi, this is the area. They've got 4 fielders on the boundary where South Africa can sort of milk them. And this is where you want your fielders, saving the one inside the 30-meter ring, to be sharp on the fielders. The slip comes in now for Moshehle. He's only been there for 5 deliveries. A very good move. See if you can get a little bit of a purchase on this wicket. We haven't seen a lot. Moshehle is a fantastic player of spin. So he's busy. He'll work them into the gaps. He'll run hard. Lots of 1s, lots of 2s. That's exactly what South Africa needs now. He's the perfect man for this situation.
Goes down on one knee. Hard sweep in front of Tipeko square leg, and it goes for 4.
Just on cue, as we were saying, he's a busy player. He sweeps well. He cuts well. And he's on the sweep. And square sweep, really good shot. Gets his first boundary. Fantastic head position. Fantastic connection.
Yeah, Mangi is straight into it. Very confident. He's come through leaps and bounds, Mangaliso Moshehle, where his cricket has just gone in a good direction. Now he finds himself at number 3 for South Africa A. Nice push. They're going to be running hard. They're looking. Oh, slight misfield. They decided to turn that one down.
It's the end of the over, end of the 15th over. South Africa 91 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Reza Hendricks going steady. 59 after 50 balls. He's been aggressive at times where he's felt the need to take it to the bowling attack, not allowing them to settle. Good opportunity here to set himself up for a big one.
Yeah, to me, the one thing about games like this, Afghanistan, I wouldn't have seen a lot of the players that play against, and field placing is quite crucial for that. Risa, as we know, fantastic over the offside. He's hit the spinner twice over long off, and that's his strength. And, you know, they've had the fielders on the leg side. So, it's, as we're saying, it's a learning curve for them. You know, they'll learn quickly. You have to learn quickly at this level. South African, I've really experienced, really good side. And that's part of the challenge coming to South Africa.
Absolutely, and you have men knocking on the national door there. Change in bowler. Javed comes into the attack. 25 years of age, off break. Let's see if he can make a difference here.
Starts off short, pulled by Moshele. They've got a boundary runner out there. Well played. Yeah, do me one thing you'll expect from Afghanistan: a lot of spinners in the attack. That they feel has to be their strength. See if they can put the batters under pressure, but they need to hit a length quickly. It's an off-break bowler. He needs to get his line right.
Just slightly on the short side, just allowing Mangi to rock back and work it accordingly. He'll take his time. He's also got an opportunity out here to bat. They are 93 after 15 overs. There's a long time still to play here. Short again, mishit on that occasion. He's missed out there, Mangi.
Yeah, I'll definitely feel he's missed out there. That's now Java. It's 3 delivers. A little bit short. You need to get his length right. There's massive gaps on the leg side for Moshele to find a boundary. You'll feel missed out there.
Nicely worked. Onto the leg side. He's pushing for 2. Good fielding. Good fielding. They need to do that more often, Afghanistan. They need to chase hard. Make sure that they put this batsman under pressure. They can't allow them to just be scoring freely. So they will really need to put some pressure, especially on the new batsman.
Play and miss van Risa. Really well bowled. The second time he's got his length right. Slides on with the arm a little bit. Really well bowled. Play and a miss. And that's the length he was looking for. To me, he's in the business area, as you can see. Just go straight on with the arm. Short again, easily played from Riza. A single down to deep square. But good over for Bangladesh. Only 4 from it. 95 for 1.
Yeah, and I think you'll probably feel that there are places to be played for here. We're seeing the run rate. Big over on the 7th, where it went for 18 plus when Reza Hendricks really took it to the off spinner. Plays in a miss. Very risky shot. Player gets the spin. I guess he's doing that because the square leg is up on the ring, and if he clears that man, it will definitely go for 4.
Really good bowling this. Inside half of the bat, yeah, I agree with you. I like this field because you feel Riza's got to take a risk. On the sweep, you can see the square leg is up. So it's more of a risky shot than just straight in the ground. Really good bowling so far.
Running hard. Decide against it. And I was saying earlier on, I think there's places to be played for in the national side, especially up the order. Riza Hendricks scores runs. You'll never know what can happen. I know it's still early days there for the opening pair, likes of Heino Kun. Really struggle in England at the moment, and is still going through a period where he's struggling. So runs on the board for the top order won't do them any harm. Straight over the top. Extra cover region. Mangaliso Mosehle is very powerful in that direction, and it goes for 4.
Yeah, Mosehle straight into his stride. Bowler gives it a little bit of air, a little bit of width. Fantastic shot over extra cover. Stand and deliver. No need to run for those. Mosehle looks like he means a little bit of business today. He wants to keep the momentum going.
It's a little dab down third man, short third man. Yeah, when it gets going, he can get going, Mangaliso. So he's one of those players that will want a good start. Becomes a very dangerous player to hold back when he's on song. We're bold, we're played, slightly opening the face to that cover point region. Which will get them a single. After 16 overs, 101 for 1.
Yeah, Jimmy, I hope we've got a few viewers back in Afghanistan. This fantastic initiative by SuperSport, live streaming these games. Fantastic opportunity for them. I can't see a lot of them have already played in front of TV, and some of their spectators back home having a look at their players. They will also realize this will be a challenge for them, but that's good. That's the way you learn. So that's fantastic. South Africa's run rate very close to 6. Very solid start. Only the 1 wicket. South Africa will definitely be looking at anything over 300.
Short again. Just patted around the corner by Mangi. Still needs to settle in his lengths here. Javed. Yeah, definitely 300 is on the cards. Hopefully they go well. According to them, 350 plus. Advances down the wicket. Riza Hendricks is in now. It's entirely up to him how far he wants to take his innings. He's got a wonderful opportunity. After 17 overs, he stands on 62.
Really well bowled. Looks like he's got the one that goes on with the arm. Something South Africa's got to look out for. Riza Hendricks, he said he'll be looking, and his team will be looking for him to make a really good score. Started off really slow, but he's picked it up. And I agree with you. There's a lot of places up for grab. As Riza just works it to the leg side. But I like Riza in this format. And also, also the 4-day and the 5-day test matches. I like him in that format. He's played a few games for South Africa in the T20. But I feel this is his strength, the 50 overs. He scores a lot of boundaries up front, and he can work it around.
Yes, Sheffy.
Nicely done by this South African duo, rotating the strike consistently, not allowing Java to settle. It does become very hard when the batsmen they just keep rotating the strike often. Lots of air given on that occasion. It's neatly done again by Riza. End of the 18th. South Africa 107 for 1. It is a beautiful day out here in Pretoria. Cloudless sky, as it's been like that since the beginning of play. Crowd is enjoying themselves out there, getting rest and that we don't usually get here in this part of the country at this time of the year. Usually a bit cold, but the crowd is out here to enjoy some good cricket.
Down the track, misfield. They'll get through for one. They'll be disappointed with that. Jimmy, what a fantastic venue. It's one thing this is obviously the home of our academy as well. Fantastic practice facilities. They'll be nice for Afghanistan to play. But that's the sort of things Afghanistan can't afford right now, misfields.
Mangaliso goes on the sweep, plays on the miss. Misses everything. Leg by on that occasion. Still searching for that sweep, man. You can sense that if he gets past that short square leg, he can really get the maximum out of the bowling attack. But he is hitting against the spin, which is going to be a bit risky.
That's exactly what he was looking for, Risa. He moves across and he sweeps it over the square leg, exactly what you said. No one there on the boundary. Easy boundary for Risa. They've been looking for the shot for the last couple of overs. He moves across and just helps it over.
It's better bowling, a little bit of air. Can't really afford to be pitching the ball short, especially with this field. Batsman just rocks back and chooses his spot, basically. Neatly done. Just looked like the wrong one.
Yeah, really good partnership this. South Africa, they're going at run a ball, and that's always good. Mashesle hasn't been there for long, but he's kept the scoreboard ticking. Keep the pressure on Afghanistan, and they'll feel it. They'll feel they just can't get any dot balls in. They can't create any pressure on South Africa. Makes it difficult for the bowling team.
Dot ball to end the over. End of the 18th. South Africa 114 for 1. Now these two have been going very well. They've been running hard since Mangaliso came in, which is a positive thing. Usually when there's a new batsman, the run rate does seem to slow down, tends to slow down, but it's not been the case. This occasion, they've run well, these two. They've put away the bad balls. The first stand of 79 between Riza and Henry was a good one. Bouncing down the wicket there, Riza Hendricks. Not allowing Javid to settle, which has been good from the start from these two.
Yeah, South Africa scoring really freely without taking a lot of risk, and that's exactly their plan right now. Obviously, when the bad balls comes along, they'll try and put that away. But South Africa batting at 6 easily.
Oh, that's a quicker one, and he has misjudged it, Mangaliso Mosehle. Johan did say that he does tend to bowl the quicker one, which straightens. And on that occasion, he has caught Mangaliso off guard and trapping him right in front of the stumps.
Really good bowling from Javid. We've seen it before in these previous overs. He bowls the one that slides. You've got to be careful. It's him below the roll. He's way back in his crease. Mashesle, South Africa's second wicket down. Really good bowling from Javid. He deserves it. He's beaten the outside edge a couple of times. And it's success for Afghanistan.
Mangaliso Mosehle has to depart for 17. 115 for 2.
Heinrich Klaassen, South African batter number 4. He's a new batsman. Fantastic talent, strikes the ball really well. He's got a fantastic chance here. He's stamped down. Get a few runs. Now's the time Bangladesh needs to get a few fielders and put a bit of pressure on.
Comes from these parts of the country. Plays for the Titans, champions of 2 trophies this season. And has been rewarded as well with the national call-up in the test matches.
Straight off the mark. Running hard, Risa pushing. Off the mark with 2. Yeah, Klaassen's obviously, this is his home club as well. Tuks, he plays out of Tuks. So he'll be aware of the conditions. He'll know this wicket better than anyone. Bangladesh putting a slip in. Nice to see.
What a very impressive delivery that took out Mangi. It was absolutely brilliant. Just a quicker one, trapping him right in front of the stumps, giving him no chance whatsoever.
Again, the quicker one. Yeah, I think we haven't seen lots of him, but it looks like a bowler that, if it's short, yeah, you can go back, but he's the guy that you want to be playing off the front foot. He skids it on.
Tossed up, neatly done again by Reza Hendricks. End of the 20th. 118 for 2. Just the way Mangaliso departed was very impressive from Javed. Quicker delivery, did not pick it at all. Mangaliso Mosehle rocks back, trying to work it, and the experienced Jele will not miss out on that one.
Really good decision. Just slides on. Will definitely crash into leg stump. Shetley will be a little bit disappointed there. He got the start. Playing a miss. A little bit of turn in the last couple of overs we've seen. So, as we said earlier, it looks like the wicket might turn later in the day. South Africa's got a few spin bowlers in the ranks, so they'll be happy to see that.
Neatly done. Straight to the sweeper. But one thing that wicket will do for the Afghanistan players, it will give them some confidence. It will lift them up as a unit. They have been under the pump from the South African batsmen early on. Slight change in the field here for the new batsman, Klaassen. Slip in. Rightfully so.
And we see again, really well bowled, a little bit of turn. Ends the slip for the new batsman. Really good field placing this. Put the new batter under pressure. The leg spinner is getting a bit of purchase.
Great pace. Just tossing it up, slowing everything down, asking the batsman to make an initiative. I think they're starting to understand how this wicket is starting to play.
Yeah, one feels something that they're used to slower wickets, so you feel he's got the pace of it. A little bit fuller this time, nicely played by Klaassen, down the ground for 1. But definitely a little bit of purchase, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more as this game progresses.
Short. Put away. It was close, but it deserved what it got.
Little bit airborne, short delivery, but smashed by Risa. It is also the end of the over. South Africa 124 for 2 of the 21st over. I'm not sure if you can call that a chance. It was really, really smashed. Just got a little bit of a hand on it. Still went away for 4. Risa. Really in good nick. Looks like he's enjoying this innings. He's enjoying the pace. He's enjoying the bowlers. We'll expect him to score a big one for South Africa.
Javed to continue. There's another shout. Probably missing leg stump.
Again, we see a straight one. It wrapped on the pads. Certainly is danger delivery, something they got to look out for. Better going back. Slides on, going down.
Good fielding. Throws himself to the left. And the bowler goes straight to his man and has a nice little tap. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, Afghanistan has been impressive. They've been really good here and there. There's been a misfield, but they've been really good. Their efforts have been good. It's nice to see. There's his danger delivery.
It looks like that's his dangerous one that he usually falls back on, the quicker one. You'll just have to be careful going back on that one on the occasions. This game is live on SuperSport. It's a beautiful occasion where quicker delivery. Takes that one out.
Afghanistan putting a little bit of pressure on you. Larson has faced 11 deliveries. He scored 4. Few dot balls stringing together here. A really good over from Javed. He's been bowling well. 124 for 2 at the end of the 22nd over.
No.
To me, I don't know if you noticed, I'm sure you've noticed Herschel Gibbs with the game involved in the South Africans, which is really nice to see. I think he works a little bit with the batters. Nice to see the man back. He spoke to him this morning and said he's still fit to play. So I mean, Herschel look as strong as ever. But it's nice to see guys like that getting into in the setup. He's got a lot to give to the game. I mean.
Absolutely. Herschel, known around the world, has performed so well at the high level. Very much appreciated by the cricket supporters.
Short and pulled around by Riza, only for 1. Bowling chains for Afghanistan. Farid back into the attack. Good move, good positive move by Afghanistan, getting the seamer back. The new batsman at the crease, see if they can put a bit of pressure, maybe pick up a 3rd wicket.
Just rushing Clausen slightly. See, he's chosen to come around the wicket this time, which obviously will change the angle, coming slightly into the batsman.
Nice bowling really nicely with the new ball. Left armer bustling guy. He's now around the wicket. Change of angle, change of end as well. But really impressive with the new ball. Nice to see.
Good energies from Farid. That one full on that occasion.
I feel Claessen's feels he gets a little bit frustrated. He's looked to walk down the wicket there.
Short and pulled. It'll only be a single. Change in field. For Reza Hendricks, the man in form. There's a slight change in field. Finally comes into the ring. Long off, go back. Bit of movement there, slightly opening up Reza Hendricks, but he was up to the task. It's been a tidy over, just 2 runs so far. Farid has been brought back to the bowling attack, hopefully to strike. Turns that around towards Squilik. It's the end of the over. After 23, South Africa 128 for 2. And it's a change in commentary. Kruger van Wyk and Cobus Pienaar will take us through.
Yeah, very good momentum here, South Africa. 128 for 2 after 23 overs. And it's still the right arm off spinner bowling.
Bowling Javed. Yes, buddy.
And Reza Hendricks just continues where he left off. He's moved on to 79 of 71 deliveries and really looking to dig himself in here for a very big score. Heinrich Klaasen has just come in. He's looked to rotate nicely, but Afghanistan, they've pulled it back nicely.
Easy. Very well ball, Javed.
Yeah, you can clearly see the wicket is better for the slow bowlers. The pace of the ball makes it harder for the batters to score. And it's just important for Heinrich Klaasen to find his feet here and rotate the strike.
Absolutely, we know what firepower Heinrich has at the back end of the innings. And then we just look to go deep in this innings here, keep building with Reza. But during that first power play, the run rate was over 6, and Afghanistan have pulled it back to 5.5.
Yes, buddy, yourself. Good stop. Ball,
yeah, we mentioned it earlier this morning how important it is to play straight on this wicket, and I think that just sums up with the wicket of Mangaliswa Musetle and Henry Davids. And it's important to keep going and to find a way to use your feet and maybe the underground for as long as you possibly can.
Tucks it to square leg for 1. And that concludes the 24th over. South Africa a 131 for 2. A nice turnout here today at the University of Pretoria Tuks Oval. A lot of families come and support this game. And it's really exciting to see the support there is for this tri-series and a great initiative by Cricket South Africa. Beautiful winter's day, not too cold, not too hot, just perfect for a good match. As we see some of the youngsters who will be looking to build their own careers and learn from a lot of these young players who are on the fringe of their national sides.
Very well played down to third man there by Reza Hendricks. You can clearly see he's got the pace of the wicket and he's so comfortable here. And it's just a matter of him accumulating all the runs he can have, and obviously with the boundary hitting he do have, he can set himself up for a real good score today.
Really like how Farid has adjusted his line here to come around the wicket here as a left arm seamer. We know when a wicket is slow, just creates that natural hold in the wicket. And good proactive captaincy here as well by getting a slip in to Heinrich Klaassen.
Yeah, that's the best way for Afghanistan to strike and to get them back into this game here.
Slightly straight and tucked off the hip. Heinrich Klaassen pushes hard to get that, try and come back for the second, but he doesn't. Absolutely, I think if you just allow South Africa A to continue to bat deep into the 30 and late 30 overs and 40 overs, it's going to be very difficult to contain and chase a reasonable score here in the afternoon as the wicket slows down. So they've got to look at ways to find more wickets in this game. Get the lower order of South Africa in as early as possible in a slow turning wicket, and that's the only way they'll probably chase under 250 today. Another one off the hip for Reza Hendricks.
Yeah, Farid has been very good today. He's a little bustly bowler, he runs in quite hard. I think it excites any sort of coach to see a guy who tries hard. And everything didn't went his way so far, but he's really been putting the effort in and try and create an opening here for the Afghanistan side.
Slip has also come out for Heinrich Klaassen now. I still feel it was definitely worth a chance to keep that fourth slip or a fine gully in. There's been a couple of thick outside edges down to third man, so it was definitely worth pursuing a little bit. Wide down leg as he just strives for a little bit too much pace. India A, of course, the third side that plays in this tri-series, and most teams are heading into their second games now. South Africa A come off the back of a really good win against India A, and Afghanistan would look to put a really good performance in here after a loss against India A on Saturday. So it's important they really fight hard, look to get a couple of wickets here and restrict the South African A side.
Just a little bit on the inside half of the bat there for Heinrich Klaassen. You can just see, as we said earlier today, it's just tough to get in as a new batter, to get use of the pace of the wicket and to make sure that you get your timing right. And I just feel it's important for him to push through these few first balls. And we also, as we already mentioned, how dangerous he can be to the back end of this innings.
Klaassen advances down the wicket, looking to loft Farid over his head, but just manages to get a thick inside half down to fine leg. As a little bit of pressure just seems to start telling a little bit on Klaassen, who moves to 9 of 21 deliveries. But I also think as a batter, it's really important to realize that conditions are going to get slower. The best time to score runs would have been in the first 10, as South Africa showed, when the ball is nice and hard and it comes onto the bat. So really important not to force the issue here, but just continue to play with good shape, and also just some strike rotation. Even a drop and run on a slow wicket is a really good option for these two batters.
Very good single there by Reza Hendricks to deep square leg. If you look at the runs and balls Reza faced in this innings, it completely looks like he plays on a different wicket to the other batters, where they a little bit struggle to find their feet and to find the pace of the wicket. It's been a very good innings, and I totally agree with you. It's important for Heinrich Klaasen just to look to rotate the strike and get Reza back on strike. At the halfway mark here, South Africa 137 for 2 after 25 overs.
As we have a look at the projected score there, as they currently go, we're looking at 270. I think realistically, with wickets in hand, we'd like to think closer to 300 would be a very, very good score here today. Reza Hendricks advances and chips one down to long on, who puts in a valiant dive, but it goes for 4. Beautiful shot by Reza Hendricks as he advances his score to 87. And it's just that early boundary in the over would really set you up as a batter and puts that fielding side under a lot of pressure. We could just feel that there was something building and something needed to happen after that previous over where Klaasen looked to advance as well. So the pressure has just been broken.
Yeah, straight away after he hit him down the ground, the bowler pulls his length back and Reza picks up an easy single to deep square. But I'm impressed with Reza as the way he uses his body to get in good positions to be able to strike the ball and to time the ball as well as he do at the moment.
Beautiful shot, inside out by Klaasen. There's no field on the deep cover boundary, and he gets his first boundary of his innings as well. It was a full toss by Javed, but he still had to capitalise and put it away. And that would just relieve some of the pressure on Klaasen after he struggled to rotate, and that should just give him a little bit of breathing power and buy a little bit more patience.
That shows of a good player after the boundary is able to rotate the strike and to get the momentum of the batting side again. Very good there by Heinrich Klaasen.
Very fine cricket. He tucks it into deep mid-wicket, pushes the first run hard, but not able to come back for that very much needed second. Absolutely, Kerbers. I also think it's a really good example of an experienced cricketer. If you look at these two guys, they've been around for a long time, and how they back up a good boundary by a single as well.
Yeah, down to long on. It brings the end to a very good over for South Africa. 12 runs of the over without any risk, and it gets South Africa to 149 for 2 after the 26th over.
As we look at the run rate, we'll see you had that really big over of 18 runs, but since that, the Manhattans, there's been some tall ones, but also little ones. And you'll probably see as the innings progresses that you'll see more high rises. And South Africa need to make sure that they don't lose wickets going into the last 10, and that'll ensure a very, very strong power play between over 40 and 50. But they're progressing along nicely. Just shows you that big over, how the run rate's gone up from under 5.5s to nearly 5.7.
It brings Karim back into the attack. He struggled in his opening spell. Reza Hendricks put a lot of pressure on him, but he's back for his second spell, so let's see what his plans will be.
Yes, Karim took the new ball this morning. Looked a little bit out of sorts, but his captain has shown him some trust. He's come back into the attack from the same end, and it's important just for Klaasen to have a little bit of a look here. It's good proactive captaincy by the captain as well. You don't want to get used to a bowler on these slow wickets.
Very good rotation there by Heinrich Klaasen. You can straight away see that Karim just rolled his finger over that ball and he'll sit up in the wicket a little bit. And it's really a lot slower off the surface as soon as you pull your fingers over the seam of the ball. Look at this, Karim's figures 3.2 overs, no wickets for 24 runs, a little bit expensive. So I'm sure himself and his captain would like to have a better spell second time round.
Nice and positive push. Just in front of point, and Risa Hendrik picks up another single, which moves him into the 90s. We've also seen a fielding change for the different players, where mid-off and mid-on is up for Heinrich Klaassen, but where they pushed a long off back for Risa Hendricks. Just shows you they probably want to encourage Klaassen to go over the top, to force a pace on a slow wicket. Short, pulled. Oh, and he puts it down. Once again, a very, very fine effort by the field on a deep square boundary. But Klaassen lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, the second half chance we sort of expect to be out on this level of cricket. It just put Afghanistan under a bit of pressure. When Heinrich Klaassen picked up that ball, we all thought it was a great shot. But quite a good field setting to have the deep square in front of the square by the Afghanistan captain.
So chance missed for Afghanistan. Heinrich Klaassen gets a reprieve, and he'd be really keen to use this opportunity that's been presented to him. At this level of cricket, you really can't afford to give players a second chance. So as we've seen, the ball just seems to travel a lot quicker here at Highveld, where altitude is pretty high, and that ball just kept flying and flying to deep square leg.
Wide ball there by Karim. And as you said, Karim had a tough start this morning, and for him to come back and get that wicket, it just lifts the spirits of the whole team and the bowler especially, and it creates a bit of extra energy here, and chance gone begging there for Klaassen. But I'm 100% sure, as you said, a good batter like him will definitely look to use the second chance and cash in with a big 100 here today.
Another short one wide, and Klaassen cuts it. The man on the sweeper boundary collects it cleanly as they collect two. And that concludes the 27th over. South Africa 156 for 2.
Brings another change in the bowling. Looks like the left-arm spinner Sharaf is back into the attack here from the university end.
Once again, the captain showing a proactive attitude, keep mixing up his bowlers. I think it's really important during this phase in the game. You don't want to get predictable at all. Very good start by Sharaf as well. I think he bowled a lot better than his figures suggest. Risa Hendricks did take him on a lot earlier, but since after that over, he's bowled really well.
Good single down the ground to long on there by Risa Hendricks. 100% agree with you, Creer. 12 runs out of his bowling spell so far, went for 2 consecutive sixes. We had more of an attacking field, so since then he's been very good.
Beautiful work by Klaassen, as he just slowly starting to find some of his rhythm. Ball's starting to find the middle of the bat a little bit more often, and he moves into that 20 period where you can say he's had a start now and he wants to kick on. He darts in slightly quicker. Unfortunately, a misfield. A big throw to the non-striker Zen, but he's safe. The Afghanistan fielding, who's slightly left him down so far this day. A couple of half chances and a couple of misfields. So it's one area in the game where they'd like to create a lot more pressure, especially with the slow bowlers bowling.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think fielding is a non-negotiable at this level, and it brings us to the end of the 28th over. Very good over by Sharaf. 159 for 2.
As we look at the projected scores again, very similar to the last time we had a look at them. I do think South Africa, I need to look around that 300, 310. I believe that would be a very, very fine score on this slowish wicket. Karim back for another over.
Can clearly say that Reza has 100% in control of the pace of the wicket. How nicely he waited for that ball, and he just uses his weight and his energy to get the ball to the cover sweeper for an easy single. I think the situation where South Africa find themselves at the moment, you can look at that 30 over mark, and I think we can look to double the score from there on with the batting power they still have in the change room at the moment.
Good touch as Klaasen moves on to off stump and just tucks it into that vacant mid-wicket area. He has realised what the tactics are against him here with a deep square leg and a deep straight mid-wicket as well. And he just wants to stay busy at the crease now. He has slowly started to find some nice touch as well. And I'm pretty sure that as this partnership progresses well, that more boundary options will appear.
A good change of pace there by Karim again. It's another dot delivery. I just got a sense today, throughout the day, where the Afghanistan captain has been a little bit reactive instead of proactive in his approach. If you look at the field now, they just went a chance begging the previous over there, and now straight away the two fielders out there. So it's a little bit of following the ball at the moment, which I'm not 100% a fan of at the moment. So hopefully they can have clear plans going forward.
Brise Hendricks, who recently had some good opportunities in the South African side in the Proteas when they toured England, where he managed to play a couple of games in the T20 side. Unfortunately, things didn't quite go his way the way he would have wanted, but he's really come back to this and just shown what a class player he is.
Good single there by Reza. I agree with you. I'm very happy to see him score runs. A couple of years ago, all of us thought that he's the next international player for South Africa. He's going to open the batting when Graeme Smith was finishing off, and it just didn't happen clearly. But he's still a young guy with a bright future in front of him, and it's brilliant to see him score runs. He moved up to the Highveld Lions last season, and he got a couple of hundreds in the one-day competition there also. So hopefully this season he can go from strength to strength.
Short and just pulled around to fine leg. Won't go for 4, but Klaasen will come back for 2. As that concludes the 29th over, South Africa in a very healthy position at 164 for 2. Hendricks and Klaasen in discussion. They'll be very clear on what they're looking to achieve here. With the beautiful backdrop of the South African Cricket Academy and the High Performance Centre there.
Look at South African batting card there. Davidson Musetle, the 2 men out, 22 and 17. Little starts by them, they'll be a little bit disappointed. But a very good innings by Hendricks of 94 of 88 balls, and gladly out by Heinrich Klaasen on 24.
Very good footwork by Hendricks as he moves to 95. I'm really enjoying this battle between Farid and the left-arm spinner and the two right-hand batsmen.
That's great to see. Heinrich Klaasen definitely found the pace of the wicket and easily is manipulating the field now to get off strike. And that's exactly what he needs to do, to be a supporting role for Reza Hendricks closing in on the free figures here, which is definitely a very good milestone in any batter's day out at the crease.
Yes, Raka.
That's much better by the Afghanistan A side. The fielders within that 30-yard circle have got to look to save some ones. Really important that each of them just take a step forward, just to force a little bit more pressure on Hendricks here as well. He just shows great calmness as he pushes deep in his crease and goes down to long off.
What impresses me the most of Reza's Hendricks so far is the calmness after his first few balls and the way he manipulates the field.
Klaasjen rocks back, goes to the vacant deep mid-wicket area, but it's fielded nicely and he collects another 2. Probably didn't quite get hold of that short delivery by Farid, but nonetheless the score keeps growing. As we see there, he was targeting that open mid-wicket area.
And again, an easy single down to long off concludes the 30th over, and the score's on 170 for 2. As we earlier mentioned, good teams in the position where they are now, with 8 wickets in the change room, look to double the score from here, and then we're going to have a very healthy score of 340 if that happens.
As the players enjoy a little drinks break after a well-deserved start to this game. South Africa in a very, very healthy position, largely due to the fact that Reza Hendricks is playing beautifully this morning. So Afghanistan would look to get together to define their tactics for this last 20 overs to ensure that they're not chasing too many in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation we find ourselves in. Afghanistan won the toss and they looked to bowl first, and if I've heard correctly this morning, I think the South African A captain would have bowled also, and I just feel like the wicket is going to be harder to bat in the afternoon, and runs on the board here is crucial. If we look at South African attack with 2 frontline spinners in Shamsi and Pangiso, I think it's a very good ploy to get runs on the board.
So after a well-deserved drinks break, there's a change in bowling as Yamin comes back from the high performance centre end. And as we've seen so often in this game, the best partnership breaker is a break in play. So really important batter start over again.
Yeah, it's a little opening for the Afghanistan side here, so let's see if they can exploit this little break and see if they can break this partnership.
Short, Klaasjen pulls it to mid-on. Doesn't quite find his timing that one.
Looks like a clear plan here by the Afghanistan side to bowl a bit shorter and to bowl the ball into the wicket with mid-on and mid-off in the circle at the moment.
Yes, definitely a ploy they're looking to use against Klaasjen, where to Hendricks they go the other way, where they put a straighter field with more fielders on the boundary. So the good thing about this is there's a clear plan by Afghanistan here, but now it's just very important that they can execute this plan. It's probably more important to be able to execute than to have a good plan. Short again. Klaasen just times it out to deep point boundary.
Yeah, it's a beautiful batting surface here, and you can just see how the two guys enjoying it. Slow pace, but they got used to the pace of the wicket, and it's just beautiful to see how they wait for the ball and make a contact point under the eyes, and it just shows what quality players they are. We've asked for it in our previous commentating spell for them to have a plan, and it just looks like they've got some sort of a plan now, and as you rightly said, it's important for them how they execute it now.
Hendricks plays and misses. It's probably the first time we've seen a Risa Hendricks with a false stroke today. He has looked in total control all morning, and I just wonder if it's approaching a milestone that might be in the back of his mind, because it's something he thoroughly deserves. He's played beautifully this morning.
Yeah, there's always something on your shoulder when you get close to 100 there. Just that little bit of thought there, and it's important for him just to keep his composure and get that century he richly deserves.
Pushes back, and this time cover does good. Just manages to create that little bit of extra pressure on Hendricks. They all would know that there's a little window here where he's approaching a milestone. It's a different way of creating pressure. If they're not wickets falling, you can restrict batters from getting milestones. So cover can come in, mid-wicket can come in a little bit as well. Just look at different ways to create pressure and get wickets.
Very good pull shot there by Reza Hendricks, and it ends the over there. After 31 overs, South Africa 172 for 2. And a change in commentary, Johan van der Walt and Demisa Makalima.
That's how it stands at the moment, 172 for 2. They're looking to really put up something very compatible here. Clearly something over the 320 mark is in the back of their minds.
Down the ground for Hendricks. Got a bowling change. The leg spinner into the attack. Hendricks moved on to 98. He's had a fantastic morning so far.
We're bowled. Slowed it down in the air. And it just takes a little bit of purchase of the wicket, and well taken by the keeper.
Ramat has been impressive today. There's a few that he's got a bit of turn. He's beaten the outside edge a couple of times. Maybe in between one or two freebies, but he's been impressive. For me, he's looked the most dangerous of them all.
Goes on the sweep on that occasion. Klaasen is looking back for 2, and he comes back for 2. Good throw is needed. Just bounces in front of the keeper, but good running from the South African duo.
Massive boundary on the leg side. Feels that fielder needs to be off 10 or 15 meters off the boundary, but it's really good running, putting pressure on him.
Goes on a slog sweep, it's up in the air, it's going to be taken. Simple catch at short third man. Hendrik Klaasen goes on a slog sweep, and all he manages to get is a top edge, which loops to the short third man.
On cue, Ramat getting him to sweep, getting a top edge, a little bit of bounce, a little bit of turn. Klaasen only manages to get a top edge to that. Simple catch at the end. South Africa lose their third.
Always a risky shot to play against the spin. Andre Clausen will be disappointed with that. He departs for 31. South Africa 175 for 3.
South Africa's new batsman, Kaya Zondo, batting at number 5. Afghanistan has done really well in the last few overs. They've pulled it back a little bit, the run rate, and they got rewarded with Andre Clausen's wicket. He's looked comfortable, played well, a good little cameo. That run rate at one stage was above 6. They've pulled it back to 5.5, so really good work by Afghanistan A.
Kaya Zondo, the captain of this South African A side, will look to push on with Reza Hendricks, who's looking in good form on 98. Lots of air given again on that occasion. He's bowled very well, Ramat, as Johan said. He's kept on asking the questions, the right questions, where he's tossing the ball up and allowing the ball to spin on this good batting deck. Quick single, moves on to 99.
This is also the end of the 32nd over. South Africa 176 for 3.
Batted very well so far, Reza Hendricks. Facing just 97 balls, taking control from the get-go. He has managed to take the calculated risks at times and has steadied this ship for the South African A side. Short ball and pulled. He's gonna stroll to take a single, which is gonna bring the well-deserved century from Reza Hendricks. He's batted well. He's been here from the beginning and is well appreciated by his teammates. Very relieved, Reza Hendricks, facing 98 balls, striking at 102, 10 fours and 2 sixes. He's batted very well.
Very well played, Risa. Smiles all around, and why not? It's a superb knock. Going at better than run a ball. Zondo off the mark. Just works it down to third man. I've played with Risa quite a lot in my times, and he's always been a class act. He's technically correct, so well deserved. He's made a lot of runs. He's moved from Bloemfontein to Johannesburg in the previous season. Might have had a little bit of a tough season, but he's in the runs again, and that's how we know Reza. Always someone you can lean on at the top of the order.
He's batted well, Reza Hendricks, and I'm sure his batting coach, Herschel Gibbs, that man over there who has performed all around the world and now is the batting coach of this SAA side. He'll be very impressed with the way Reza has taken the innings by the scruff of the neck.
Punch to the offside. Reza Hendricks, he'll be looking at a big score now. There's still the best part of 17 overs to go. And Reza's on 100. Normally, when you get to 30 overs, you've got wickets in hand. You feel you can double your score. So South Africa looking at well above 300 here. Predicted score say 272, but they'll look to increase the scoring rate. They've got a few strikers coming in.
Short and wide, and we're put away by the South African captain, Kaya Zondo. He is not going to miss out on that. That is bread and butter to him. It was dragged short, got quickly into position, and he's put it away.
Yeah, short and wide. That is one of his strengths, one of many strengths. Puts it away. Easy boundary. It's one thing Afghanistan has done today. They've let the new batter off the hook quite quickly. They all got off the mark quickly and a boundary early, and that's what you're looking for as a batter, you know. Just settle yourself down.
He's repeated the stroke. This time he's pushing for 2 and he's running well. Kaya Zondo is going to make it comfortably. And that's the end of the 33rd. 185 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, but what? Just a little bit of width. He'll learn quickly. That's one of his strengths. On a wicket like this, you need to be straight. Off stump, full stump is the lines you want to be bowling. But South Africa also putting pressure on Afghanistan's bowlers, and to me, that's what pressure does. You can bowl fantastically in the nets, but as long as someone puts pressure on you, you can lose your length, you can lose your line. I suppose that's what they're here for. A lot of experience for Afghanistan.
Gently rocks back. Reza Hendricks.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how Reza Hendricks goes about his business now. He's reached his milestone. Still a lot of overs left. I reckon he'll play it around a bit before he opens shoulders and see if he can get that run rate climbing closer to 6.
We're bowled once again. Lots of flight. He's lured Kaya Zondo into the stroke and he's just gripped and turned away from his bat.
As a result, Afghanistan going to have a slip. As you can see, there's a little bit of purchase there. As soon as he gives it a bit of air, he's been really good, Ramat. He's been impressive today, and he's been rewarded with a slip.
No, one thing he's done well here, Ramat, is he's given the ball a lot of air because he can see the results he can get out of it. He's taking a little bit of turn and he's slowing everything down, asking the South African batsman to make the initiative. Goes on the reverse, playing the miss.
Really good bowling this. Zondo, again a little bit of turn. The slip fielder has come from backward point. Zondo feels there's a gap there.
We're bowled once again. He's asking questions here, Ramat. And the control has been superb.
There we see again, bit of fight. Bounce and turn. Really good. You can describe that one. It's interesting that what happens when you premeditate, but it's the end of the over. Very good one for Afghanistan A. South Africa 186 for 3.
Just got himself into a little bit of a tangle there. Kaya Zondo trying to be proactive, trying to disrupt the bowling.
Yeah, that's the way he plays. He's got he reverses, he sweeps, he cuts well, he runs well between the wickets. He's a much improved. He's actually a fantastic cricketer now. He's really improved. He's been rewarded as well, captain of South African A.
Short, and it's gone into Reza Hendricks' slot, and he's put that away over mid-wicket for 2 bounce 4.
Too short for someone standing on 100, 106. Reza now Not the length to be bowling to the informed batter. Rizzo just picks it off. Really, really easy freebie for him. Releases the pressure a little bit. It's a Ramata's bolt from the other end. And that's, I guess that's what they talk about, partnerships. You know, we always talk about batting partnership, but bowling partnership is so important.
I think the influence of the legend Herschel Gibbs himself is rubbing off to these players. It must, just to have a man of his caliber in the changing room, and as a young batsman, obviously having to look at your future and hopefully play for the Proteas one day. I'm sure the value that he adds to these young batsmen is unquestionable.
It's a better length, better line. Dumi, I couldn't agree with you more. I'm a guy that believes in getting these guys that's been there and also has been successful in certain situations, and Herschel has really been successful and he's been there. So I like getting people like that in, and you know, he's got a lot to teach South Africa's young batters. Having a word with the bowler there.
Neatly done. So it's very interesting how Riza is going to push on from here. Remembering that man in that famous game that you played in as well, Johan, where he scored 175. He just carried on. He was not satisfied after he scored that 100. He wanted to push on, and it just made a huge difference to the total at the end.
Quick single, misfield. One feels it would have been very, very close. If you had a clean pick up there. At the end, South Africa goes through for one, but very risky.
A little bit on his heels there, fielder at mid-on. Caught a little bit napping. Changing over, 192 for 3 after 35 overs. Still a beautiful day out here in Pretoria, the High Performance Center. This is where the young and coming Protea players are groomed. Right here in this venue. The National Academy is in progress at the moment during the off-season, led by Malibongo Maketa, head coach of the Warriors.
Short and wide, cut for one. Yeah, what a fantastic facility, Dumi. As you say, all the up-and-coming players, they go through here. They hone their skills here. South Africa, very blessed to have a facility like this, giving each player every opportunity to grow their game. Nice to see a few people in.
Neatly done. They're still pushing for that 2. They'll decide against it wisely. Now it is nice to see that South Africa A is playing here. Most of these batsmen and these players actually playing in the South African A side have been through the same process right here at the HPC, which is fantastic to see.
Slip coming into play again. Wide delivery, slashed, no run. Maybe a little bit of a better option than the reverse. But he plays it really well, and he feels there's a gap for him.
Bowled well, Ramat. Must say he's been very impressive today. He hasn't complicated it a lot. He has given it air where it's necessary. He's asked these batsmen to make the initiative, to make the mistakes. And on occasions, they have.
Again, very well bowled. Afghanistan need to stop the single there. Really good delivery. Yeah, I think sometimes what Zondo also tries to do, the reverse sweep, puts a little bit of doubt in the bowler's mind. And it's not always just the outcome of the reverse sweep, but the bowler sort of doubts and sort of waits for the shot, and you might mess around with his lengths. So that's one of the keys. It's not always hit a reverse for 4.
We're bowled once again. Picture we've seen often enough. Playing the miss. End of the 36th. 196 for 3.
Really well bowled. A little bit of drift. And some purchase off the wicket. Beats the outside edge again. Certainly, later in the day, we will see some turn for the South Africans. Of course, Shamsi is playing. He'll be licking his lips. Also, Pangiso, left arm spinner for South Africa, is also playing. They'll play a massive role in the middle part of the South African bowling innings.
Advances down the wicket and it's dropped. He's dropped an extra cover, Reza Hendricks. He's come down the wicket, he's met it halfway. And it looked like the fielder has just hurt himself there trying to catch that ball.
Reza trying to up the ante there. Just got too close to it, didn't get the elevation he was looking for. Straight to cover and he's put it down.
Been playing very well, Reza Hendricks. That's what he's done the whole day. He hasn't settled, he hasn't allowed the bowlers to settle on this occasion as well. First ball, he comes down the wicket, gives himself a little bit of room, gets underneath it, just doesn't quite get the elevation, dropped it extra cover.
It's cut really hard, straight to the sweeper. Only one. Yeah, Afghanistan, you feel those are the sort of chances that you need to take. Keep South Africa under pressure. They've been scoring freely, and those are the chances you need to take.
Misfielded again at extra cover, and it's going all the way down to the sweeper boundary. Well fielded. Shaw still is still recovering from that drop catch, and rightfully so by the captain. Gets swapped, goes all the way to the sweeper boundary, something fielders don't usually enjoy.
Yeah, it's Ramat. Hope he didn't injure his fingers too badly. He's the guy that's been bowling really good leg spin. He's now moved to the boundary. Reza Hendricks on strike. Works it nicely for a single on the leg side. He's been really impressive to me. He's hit boundaries at will. But what he really does well is he works the ball in the gap, and you know, bowlers can't settle.
Quick Kawan manages to kick it out. Kaya Zondo, end of the over. After the 36th, South Africa 201 for 3.
Well, Ramat still into the attack. He seems fine. There we can see the projected scores currently going at 5.5, 270. South Africa will be looking a lot more than that. It's between 8 and 10 runs and over from here. One feels that they will get above 300. 7 wickets in hand. 200 on the scoreboard.
Premeditated.
Now you almost get the feeling Riza feels, and now's the time for him to put the foot down. We've got 7 wickets in hand. He sees the ball really well, so now's a good time for him to stamp on the accelerator a little bit.
We're fielded. You can almost see the body language of these two batsmen. I think they want to keep going. They want to keep the momentum going in the right direction. They don't want these guys to settle. Fills it with his foot. That's a bit of pain, that.
Ramat in the wars. He got one on the finger. He's down. Just really, really well struck. Stuck a foot out. That can hurt. He's got the shoe off straight away. Looks to be in real pain. Hopefully he's okay.
He's been in the wars, Ramat, in the last couple of balls. Dropped one at extra cover. Swapped by the captain to the boundary because of his painful finger. And now he's won one on the foot. That's why coaches will always say, use your hands, get down, use your hands.
Oh, just sticks the foot out. It's some flush on the, looks like it is some flush on the toe. That really stings. But a magic spray will do the business.
Magic spray always does the job. Just 1 or 2 sprays, and he's going to get up and continue with the bowling.
You can see South Africa scoring freely. The quickest one was the first one, but one feels the next 12 overs. That'll up. South Africa got a lot of strikers to come. And Riza Hendricks there, he's on 100. He'll look to up the ante.
Absolutely, they've got some big finishes down the order. Looking at 300 plus, definitely at this moment. But anything can happen in those last 5 overs with the likes of Dwayne Pretorius coming in with the big bats. Man of the match against India. He will look to continue his good form. He's up and ready to go. Ramat. He's a bit unsure about their field settings at the moment. They have a point, they have a short third man, short fine leg and a square leg. Short, he rocks back. Riza Hendricks. He'll settle for a single.
Yeah, Ramat's been really good. He's got a square leg up, but it hasn't been easy sweeping him today. He gets a little bit of purchase, a little bit of bounce as well. Change in the field now. Square leg moves to mid-wicket. Zondo, a really good player of the sweep.
Short, he's hit it in the air. Kaya Zondo looking for the big one. He's making meters, the fielder. He's done well to keep it inside. They're running hard, the South Africans, but very good work at the deep mid-wicket. Managing to get that ball in. Saving 2 runs. South Africa couldn't get the 4 runs.
That's something you'd like to see a bit more from Afghanistan. Really good fielding on the outfield. They had a few mistakes today.
Advances down the wicket. Pats it nicely to the man at extra cover. That will end the over. 206 for 3 after 38. And the change in commentary here. Greer van Veek will be accompanied by Kobe Spinall.
Thank you very much, Dumisa and Johan. As we look at the South African A scorecard, like mentioned before, there's some big power hitters to come, but the 115 from 114 balls is a standout innings here this far by Hendricks. He has played beautifully, and he'd want to make sure that he gets a daddy 100 here. Not just a 120, but a big 140, 50, 60.
Good single out to the cover sweeper. Sharaf chance of line for him. He bowls from the high performance Cricket South Africa centre at the moment. Chance of sides for him at the moment. He's been a very good bowler so far for the Afghanistan attack.
Easy. Stop Najib, dear. Dear Allah Najiba. Excellent Najib. Sharaf.
Confusion in the middle. Rousseau makes it to the striker's end. There was a half stop by the fielder at short cover, but luckily communication was good enough for them to scurry through for a single.
Yeah, always dangerous running on a misfield, but Afghanistan have done a couple of good stops in the last couple of overs, which helped them. We felt they lacked a bit of effort in the fielding department for the first 30, 40 overs of this innings today, and they definitely have picked it up to the back end of the innings here.
Hendricks just continues to flow as he pushes one all the way down to deep point boundary. The partnership between him and the captain Kaya Zondo also growing nicely now, as Zondo is on 15 of 21 balls. Hendricks progresses to 118 not out. Good early call by Kaya Zondo as he gets through for another single, and runs just really leaking with this Afghanistan A side now, and these two batters are looking well set to take this deep into the 40th over and up that rate.
Bit of a lazy shot there by Kaya Zondo. Brings to the end of the 39th over. South Africa A 211 for free. I think it's very important for the captain there. I think he'll have good discussion with Reza Hendricks in terms of momentum going into the last few overs here. I think a collapse of 2 wickets here now will just stop the flow of runs to the back end here. So it's important for one of them to go through the innings and for the big strikers to build with them and to have a bit more freedom to play with.
Absolutely, and sometimes it's a good idea to almost count your way back, to discuss what is a good score on this wicket and work your way backwards from there and how you are going to do it. So even if one guy really looks to take the initiative here in the next couple of overs, and one guy goes through to at least the 42nd, 43rd and 4th over. But as we see another change in bowling, Ramat comes into the attack.
Very good feed there by Reza Hendricks. Uses the depth of the crease, nice and deep in his crease, and get it to the cover sweeper for an easy single. Yeah, I agree with you. We said at the 30th over, 340 looked par, but pace of the wicket and the wicket gets slow, it becomes tough, and I think they've got to reassess while they're out there.
Slog sweep, fielder on it, but it flies over him. And a beautiful stroke by Captain Kaya Zondo as there's a clear indication that he's going to look to take him the bowler on here. They've had a brief chat between overs and a wonderful shot against the turn to the deep mid-wicket fielder, but the ball just kept flying. He tries to go the other way this time.
Yeah, the bowler saw him going down earlier and he pushed it a bit wider. What was impressive about that previous shot is how well Kaya Zondo get into a great position there to allow his hands freely and to get his hands through the ball as well as he did.
He goes deep and across, now forces this one down to a long off boundary to get Reza Hendricks back on strike. But the good thing about this partnership as well is the more Zondo starts to become aggressive, it takes a lot of pressure off Hendricks as well. He doesn't have to force the pace. He can just continue with the way he's been playing all day. He's had great initiative and he can go deep.
Very well used the crease there, get it nice and deep to get it behind square for another 2 there by Reza Hendricks. We've spoken about the Afghanistan fielding. We've picked up a little bit after the second drinks break, and there you've seen a bit of energy and a bit of effort there again to stop that boundary, which is always good to see from a coach's point of view.
Goes deep, sweeps, a slight misfield, which allows the two batsmen to go away through for a single. Absolutely. That takes South Africa A to 221 for 3 after 40 overs.
If you look at a conservative approach here, run a ball for the last 10 overs gets us to 281, which is a base that Africans should look at work at. And then if you look at a boundary per over from there on, add another 40 runs there and it gets us back to our 320. So I think that will be some sort of a discussion in the middle just to see where they can be and look where they are at 45 and then actually set a target to go towards the end. If you look at the back end, you're going to struggle. So I think it's important from their point of view to have a process in place here of how they're going to get to that final score.
As the umpire shows the signal for the final power play of this innings, I really believe that South Africa would be looking in excess of 300 here. Captain realizes he can have 5 men on the ring, but then he brings mid on up. No, he goes back again.
Very good energy there by Reza Hendricks to get a strike there and to get a one. You can straight away see how they sit on the back end of the inner circle there. So it's an easy one every single time. And then it's going to allow to get that easy sixes. And there's going to be some sort of an option there for a boundary. And quickly it becomes a big over.
As soon as your good ball goes for one, you are under pressure as a bowler. So that's where you really need a slightly more aggressive fielding outlook for the fielders here. If you just sit back, they will chase in way excess of 300. So you've still got to try and stay in the game here, not give up. Look to defend 280. And this is a really important target for the fielders as well as the captain.
It's a very good bumper there, good pace there. And we said we've been impressed with him, the left-arm opening bowler today. And it just shows there again, he comes back and he makes an input into the game with good energy into the wicket and a very good short ball there.
I think it's really important on slow wickets that you use your short ball, but use it effectively. You don't want it to be a drag down where it only gets about hip or shoulder height. It has to be nice and high. It just stops you from a batter to come forward the whole time. So a good initiative there by the Afghanistani attack. Follows it up with a nice leg cutter. But Zondo very efficient in just tucking away into mid-wicket to keep the scoreboard going.
Yeah, the point you made about that short ball is very important because it sort of gives a little bit of doubt in terms of the batter's movements. He can't really wait on the front foot for every single ball. He needs to be a little bit more decisive in his decision making, and that just allows the batter a little bit of doubt to maybe get away with a couple of dot balls or a potential wicket.
Beautiful shot by Reza Hendricks. This time both mid-on and middle for up, and he decides to target the side screen. He doesn't get the whole of it, but he times it well enough to pick up another 4.
Yeah, classy shot by Reza Hendricks. 128 of 122 balls. He really summed up these conditions very well, and it's a great shot. He knew the field was up. He knew he had a chance there, and he just exploited the area where they had the two mid-on and mid-off up in the circle, which brought a field change now, where finally comes back into the circle and long on go down to the boundary.
He goes again, this time over mid-off. Ball is high. Takes a hopper, skipping it, jumping, and goes for 4. So Risa Hendricks just showing his whole repertoire here. He went straight with both mid-on and mid-off up, and this time he goes over mid-off. Quite a difficult shot on the slow wicket where the ball just holds a little bit, but beautifully executed by him. And he's taken 2 back-to-back boundaries of this over, and there's been 10 scored of this over already. Has a real go at that delivery as a bowler is wide. But that takes Africa 232 for 3 after 41 overs.
You can see a little bit of a grin there on Reza Hendricks' face. We really tried to hit another boundary of that last ball, which is good. And we asked for that intensity in the last 10 overs, and that's very, very good from South Africa to give us that momentum going in with 9 overs left. And to play clever there, where they exploited the field, which was very good for us to start the last 10 overs.
Change of bowling, left arm around.
A change of bowling into the attack, Sharaf.
Sharaf. Yes, Shafi, ball, Shafi.
A definite tactic here by the South African A captain. We saw him target the slow bowler at the start of the previous over. And I won't be surprised if he looks to do the same here.
Moves nice and deep in his crease, Kai's under there, and he hits it down to long off for an easy single. But you can clearly see he's targeting that leg side boundary there with the position he gets himself in. Sharaf have really been good today. He's been a standout from the Afghanistan point of view. He summed up conditions quite well after his first over, and he bowled nicely.
Tucked into the leg side, they'll be pushing for 2 years. The 2 fielders on the ropes. Very, very good running between the wickets. Sometimes a forgotten element about batting, but these 2 executed that nicely. It's not just a game that's all about power, but that placement and urgency between the wickets has come through nicely in this partnership as well.
Yeah, and it's good to see Reza's adaptable. He just showed the 2 boundaries with power the previous over, and then he have that to his game also. Great play, and it just shows why he's playing at this level.
Very good pace into the wicket for the spin bowler there, and we could see the wicket already starting to slow up a little bit. Hendricks not able to just push his hands through the line of the ball to get a single to long off.
Oh, he tried a bit of a quick one there, and wide there. Arm ball didn't work as well as it did. Fielder stopped it at the boundary, but sloppy. And they came back for a third. Very good running by Kaya Zondo and Reza Hendricks. Gives us 4 in total there, a wide and 3 runs there. Bit of a bad ball there. He tried the arm ball, which didn't work to good effect.
Inside half of the bat, which gets Zondo another single. Yes, things just... The general tidiness of the Afghanistan A side just slowly starting going south. Like we mentioned earlier, this is the difference. These last 8 overs between chasing 340 or 300. So very important that they keep their standards high.
Quicker ball there by Sharaf, and well moved by Reza Hendricks to get it into the gap to pick up another 2 runs there. To end the 42nd over, South Africa A on 242 for 3. A nice momentum with us going into the last 8 overs.
Just a summary of how the power plays have gone. You'll see the run rate in that first power play being very efficient for the South African side. Probably when the ball was nice and hardest, as well as coming on nicely. But Afghanistan actually did a reasonable job of pegging the side back during those middle overs, where they would have liked to be really successful, probably 4 or 5 wickets, which has put them under a lot of pressure going into this third power play.
A very good change up there by Karim, where he went full into the block hole there to get the first dot. And it just shows that he's got that skill also at the back end of the innings. It's just important also from an Afghanistan point of view, is when are they going to go in terms of depth bowling when they try and nail the Yorkers and the change up here. I personally feel it's a little bit early. I'm not too sure what your thoughts are on this, career.
I think it's interesting. As you look how Zondo sets up, he's definitely gone deep into his crease here. So it'll be interesting which area he targets off the seamers. He went leg side against the spinners. Let's see where he goes here. He's gone leg side. Deep over square leg, and something had to give there. A wonderful shot by Kaya Zondo as he went deep in his crease and swung it over deep square leg for another boundary. So a definite tactic from the South African A captain here that he's going to give it a full go and allow Risa Hendricks to bat through the innings here.
Yeah, that's an incredible shot. If you look at where he set himself up in the crease, as you said, nice and deep outside that off stump. He sort of knows when he missed the ball, he's in trouble, but it gives him so much options to get boundaries on both sides of the wicket. Anything short of a length is going to look to go leg side, and anything fulls, he just open up the offside. So quite a good ploy by him, and obviously he's in good form here, seeing the ball nicely, so it worked in his favour.
And he shows good calmness by getting a boundary and then a single, but a clear indication that Zondo wants to take the initiative here. He realises that under normal circumstances, South African A won't get bowled out here, and he's in search of that big score as a captain. Always nice going into the break as a captain, knowing that you've got a very, very good score on the board, and he's taken upon his own shoulders here to really show the initiative nice and early.
Go on, boy, go on!
Change of field here by Afghanistan, where you can see they got both men out long on and long off. They had to bring in third man into the circle, which is quite dangerous, but I think the angle that he's bowling with, if the ball goes to third man, will be quite unlucky if he attacks the stumps.
Hendricks this time as Zondo charges down the wicket to try and get him back for the second, but there's only one ever to a shortish long on boundary.
Apart from the sick that Kaya Zondo hit over deep square, it's been quite a good over here by Farid. He definitely nailed the Yorkers here, and it's been a good over so far from an Afghanistan point of view by the 6.
Absolutely, and going into these last 2 deliveries of the over, Zondo will most definitely look to target him again. Let's see how the bowler adjusts. Will he go fuller and trust that Yorker of his, or will he bowl that slower ball into the wicket? Chips it to the leg side, aerial option, but he falls well short of the fielder at long on as he goes through for another single.
There you can see Farid, 6.5 overs, north of 37. If you take that 6 away, he's going below the run rate of the game so far. And he's really been bustling and trying hard. There hasn't been a lot of assistance for a seam bowler today. And apart from that, he's been trying hard. He has a free hit with a change of batter. So Reza Hendricks for the 3rd time today got a bit of a easy shot to play and try and exploit the field and see where he can get a boundary. Let's see, 3rd time lucky if he can get a 6 first here.
All the fielders go to the edge of the ring as the captain and fielders just make sure that they try and prevent a boundary here. Hendricks goes deep in his crease and squeezes one out to the long off boundary as a bowler really executes a nice wide Yorker there to Risa Hendricks. Amazing how many free hits in the modern game doesn't go for boundaries. I think it's sometimes probably a case of batters having too many ideas or maybe trying to power ball too much, but it's something which probably not a lot of attention goes into the preparation of preparing for a free hit as well.
Yeah, it's a very good point you make there. I just always feel you've got to be calm and just play a good cricket shot there because there's a bit of freedom involved with that. And I just looked at the field there and I just think the ball he bowled, he only had one option, he's going to go full. So maybe for Reza to maybe tried some invention there at the back end over fine leg, maybe would have been a good option.
And unfortunately another extra for the Afghanistan A side. It puts a bowler under immense amount of pressure because all of a sudden now he has to bowl 8 balls in 1 over, and that natural unpredictability just goes out the window with having to bowl 8 balls in 1 over. Be interesting to see how Zondo approaches this last ball. Is he going to look to get himself on strike towards that other short boundary where he capitalised nicely, or is he going to back himself to get another boundary here of the last ball, the over? Plays it smartly, makes sure he gets off strike and get a single, and just takes it another over deep. So a lot of calm batting going on here, and a very fine partnership developing even further.
We've spoken about it from the early doors today, and look at that one again there, we bowled a slow ball. I haven't seen a boundary of a ball that bowled into the wicket with a slow ball, fingers over the seam yet today. So I just feel sometimes the Afghanistan seamers haven't used it enough to their advantage, and hopefully the South African bowlers can look and try and strike with the new ball up front, seam up, but then maybe later up to make sure that they use all the change-ups available. There you can see the South African A changing room, definitely very relaxed changing room. They're in a very strong position here, and they would definitely want their batters out there to entertain them going into the back end of this first innings.
Change of bowling again for the Afghanistan side as Karim comes back from the university end. And already we've seen, without even having a look at the field, Zondo has gone onto off stump and deep into his crease. Hits it nice and straight. Hendricks will be pushing it hard to come back for the second here, as there's a slight misfield by Sharaf, and they get back for 2 runs.
Yeah, different ploy there by Zondo. When the bowler running in, he gave himself a bit of room to the leg side. So he's definitely have been practicing this over the last couple of years, and he's become a very good finisher of the modern day 50 over game.
Very good change up. An off-speed delivery by Karim, and we've seen if you bowl nice and slow into the wicket, you have your different slower ball options. That's probably the best option here as we approach the death overs. If you've got a good Yorker, it's definitely worth your Yorker being your variation, but I still think it's important they play with different lengths and different paces on this wicket. Beautiful touch as he goes 2 full and straight. Zondo shows really good balance and just tucks it around, beat short, fine leg on his inside, and 4 more runs for the South African A side.
Yeah, if you look at Zondo's setup and his stance there, as a bowler straight away, you feel if you can hit his pads, you can get a chance of a wicket and LBW. But if you look at the counteract of that, you play right into Zondo's strengths there, because you know you can hit under his eyes, and there's no risk as far as he's concerned when you come straight at him. So easy boundary picked up there, and it just shows the class player he is.
Straight down the ground. Not fully timed, but enough to let Reza Hendricks comes back for 2. Sharif this time fields the ball cleanly, but another 2 runs for South Africa.
Karim is definitely experiencing a tough day at the office so far, but I think there's no better place for these players to learn. I think the Afghanistan A side will learn so much about these conditions and playing against this quality opposition.
Tucks it into the leg side. Absolutely, and this is why these try series are really such a good initiative. It gives all the A sides from Afghanistan to India as well as South African A to play in a high profile tournament such as this, and just claim a stake, to get into their national sides. Not many places around the world where you get winter cricket, and this is why this tri-series has been such a good initiative as well.
Well played there by Reza Hendricks. Good slow ball there. Bowled the ball into the wicket and a single just behind square on the leg side. And it brings the end at the 44th over. South Africa 263 for 3. This tri-series is a brilliant initiative. As we know, Afghanistan just recently received test status alongside of Ireland, and it's important for them to widen the group of players in the national side. And these guys here stating the claim in South Africa and winter cricket and winter conditions, it's just so good for them to get experience and exposure to see who they got when the other guys are not available through injury or at the end of their career. So it's important for them to come through.
And you can clearly see 37 balls for that 50 partnership, or last 50 runs scored by South Africa. A clear indication that they are looking to maximize these final overs.
Looks like we potentially got a bit of a cramp here. That extra cover by one of the Afghanistan fielders. The physio is making his way onto the field. Hopefully it's not too serious. Looks like a lower back pain.
He seems to have recovered. They have been put through their paces in the field today by a thoroughly professional South African batting display thus far. But the physio seems to have assisted him.
South African batters are using the little break here for a bit of a refreshment going into the last 6 overs. And Reza Hendricks on strike, and it looks like the opening bowler is back from the high performance centre end again.
Hit hard into the gap between short cover and long off. Very, very well fielded by the Afghanistan A fielder at long off. That would give the bowler a lot of hard going into this 45th over. So a good piece of fielding by the Afghanistan A side. Tuks it just fine off short fine leg, where there will only be a single, which will bring Zondo on strike again.
Yeah, it'll be good to see what Yamin's plans are going to be against Zonda now. We've seen how he went deep in his crease outside the off stump. So it'll be interesting to see what Yamin's going to feel he can do to counter his boundary scoring ability here.
A valuable dot ball against Zondo here.
We've spoken about it at length today. Change up again there into the wicket. Very, very hard to get the pace and to get a boundary from that sort of deliveries.
That's why it's so important as an opponent, the South African A side are watching this, that it doesn't take them too long to adapt to these conditions, but that they would know what exactly to do in the same situation.
Very well bowled there, so a little bit lazy by Kaya Zondo. He didn't get himself into a strong position there to be able to score. And it's important for him to keep his composure now and not to lose focus of where they want to end. Can see again Kaya's on the deep into his crease. Not too far over to the off stump, so maybe he got something else in mind here.
Half field by the fielder, short cover, but not enough to allow them to come back for a second. Puts Risa Hendricks on strike here for the last ball of the 45th over. Already eyeing the leg side boundary. Be interesting to see how the captain adjusts here. Beautiful shot. Over straight mid wicket. A pure strike by Risa Hendricks. And a terrible way to finish the over for Afghanistan A. They bought their time and they knew they had to miss. And a good finish which takes the score to 273 for 3 after 45. And a change of comrie. Johan van der Walt and Dumisa Makalima.
Thanks, Creer. Really clean strike there from Risa. Moves him to deep in the 140s. 148 of 143. He's been the rock in the South African innings. But Dumi also batting way better than runner ball. So also good little cameo by Zondo.
Full on the legs, whipped away by Kaya Zondo. I can say that Afghanistan have bowled rather well towards the back end of these innings. They've been able to get the ball nice and full. They've just been undone by brilliant batting from Risa Hendricks and Kaya Zondo.
Clean strike again from Risa. Clears the front leg. Massive boundary. Clears it quite easily. He also moves to 150. Really good knock. Bowler missing his length just a little bit. Risa clears his front leg. Clears the mid-wicket boundary. He knows it.
That's what happens when you just miss your mark. He's gone again. Just one bounce to the man. They're really trying to get it as full as they possibly can towards the legs, because they've got man protecting that that leg side boundary. But it's going to be very difficult to restrict Risa Hendricks. He's on 155. Full this time.
Risa's hit 13 fours and 4 sixes in the innings so far. He's not normally a guy that you associate with massive hitting, but he has been in sublime touch. He's been timing it so well, finding the boundary quite easily. In full, straight to the sweeper. It's the links he's looking for. But you know, as a bowler, if you miss your mark a little bit, especially when batters are in, you know, that's the old saying, you know, keep wickets in hand. If you can have batters that's in, it's so difficult to contain the batters.
Full toss, caught at the deep backward square leg, and it's just a little bit above the waist, which will be a no ball, which will be a free hit. And it's the first warning from Mr. Jele. Getting that one wrong, the bowler. We're bowled. Nice and full. Kayazondo did well to get that one away. And it's the end of the 46th over. 284 for 3.
South Africa pushing up the run rate now. Currently batting at 6.17. That will get them to 309. I'm sure they'll be looking for a lot more than that, closer to 320, which would be a formidable task for Afghanistan A. 4 overs to go. 2 batters that are set. It is a big task for the Afghanistan bowlers.
Lots of traffic happening, changing fields. It's nice and full. Kayazondo is pushing for 2. They're coming back. Good throw, we'll be in trouble. Oh, it's going to be... I don't think Adrian Holstock is even sending this one upstairs. I think Reza Hendricks has made it comfortably in. Good running from the South African duo.
Superb running as he hit the bat. They knew there was 2. They had to scamper. Quick turn from Reza. Made it quite safely.
Another full toss. Nicely done by Kayazondo as he just steers that one through the short mid-wicket and cover point, which brings up Kayazondo's 50 captain's innings. He had to come in and carry on the momentum, supporting Reza Hendricks, getting that 50 in just 49 balls, 3 fours and 2 sixes.
A really good knock from the captain. Also batting it better than run a ball. Well deserved 50. The best of deliveries.
Short again, gives himself room, but straight to the man this time around.
Yeah, bowler coming around the wicket now. He's got his 3rd man up, point up, so no protection. Square behind the offside. Bowling coming around the wicket. Zondo giving himself room, trying to steer it through the backward point region. Here you can see the 3rd man, short 3rd man, and backward point. No one on the boundary there. Reza Hendricks has been playing very well on the leg side. Smaller boundary, one feels a little bit smaller on the leg side from this side.
Another full toss. Struggling to execute towards the back end of this innings, the Afghan bowlers. They've been put under pressure here by Reza Hendricks and Kayazondo.
Yeah, one feels like they were pretty impressive with the new ball. They started off really nicely, but it's what pressure does to you. Good partnerships. Put the bowlers under pressure. So difficult to find the block hole.
Straight up. Someone is getting underneath. 2 fielders coming in. They have to call his put it down. He has put it down, and Kayazondo will come back for the 2nd.
So close to a collision. Misunderstanding. Kayazondo trying to work it over fine leg. Gets a top edge to it. Straight up in there. Another catch you feel it should have been taken. The right guy went for it. The guy that came forward just took his eyes off at the last minute. His catching has not been very good this morning.
And it's going to prove to be very costly. Full, but straight to the man once again. It's the end of the 47th. South Africa A 296 rather for 3.
You see Riza Hendricks on 157. Davids look good. A little bit start of the strike. Riza Hendricks, everyone got starts. Zondo 55 or 52. This has been a superb partnership. 3 overs to go. On fields, 320 is the minimum they are looking at.
It's a beautiful day out here. The crowd is out in some numbers are out here watching the game. Wild swing by Kaya Zondo. He's going to settle just for the single. They're definitely looking around about the 320 mark upwards, the South African A side. Great shot. That will clear long off with ease as Riza Hendricks gets underneath that one and launches it for the maximum.
Fantastic shot. Also brings up South Africa's 303 for 3. Riza Hendricks, he's played some magnificent shots today, none better than that. Clears long off with ease, heads down. Beautiful shot.
Short on this occasion. Miss hit. Confused everybody.
Riza getting a leading edge to that, looking to smash it through the square leg, mid-wicket area. Only managed to get a leading edge. Dribbles down to third man for 1.
Over the top, Kaya Zondo will just settle for the single. Been a bit of action in the last couple of balls, Johan. South Africa has crossed that 300 mark.
Yeah, that's what we expected, you know. Kudos to the ground staff, you know. It's July. The wicket has played really well. Needless to say, obviously the outfield is quick. Value for shots.
One bounce too long off. He's hitting it better than he's hit it Riza Hendricks. He would love to carry this form deep into the South African cricket season.
Yeah, really good signs for Riza and also for South Africa. I'm sure he's in the plans, and also his franchise. And a guy like Riza is in rich vein of form.
Short and wide, gets the toe end of the bat. We'll just settle for the single. End of the 48. South Africa 8, 307 for 3.
You can see the last 10 overs has been very steady for South Africa, scoring above 8 and over consistently. 2 overs to go. They will be trying to get 320 plus, which will Certainly be a stiff task.
Full is straight up. Man getting underneath it. And he's taking a comfortable catch along on. Kaya Zondo will make his long way back to the pavilion.
Zondo tries to clear it straight. It's the time of the innings. He's played a fantastic innings. He'll be a little bit disappointed. He'll feel it was in his slot. A little bit too much elevation on it. Afghanistan has taken a catch. Eventually very comfortable. Good catch at the end. Really good innings from Zondo. Captain's knock. Fantastic partnership. Him and Riza Hendricks.
Kaya Zondo goes for 58, 307 for 4.
New batsman for South Africa, Farbardin. He's got a lot of experience, international level and also this level. He won't have a lot of time. He's known as South Africa's finisher, class player. Riza Hendricks on strike.
Quality player indeed, and the reason that Bardin is there is because Kaya Zondo got underneath. They're looking for 2. They're going to be turned back. Good throw. He will try to finish off things here. Ferrar Bardin.
Quite a tricky situation for Bardin coming in. There's 10 deliveries to go.
Short, and Bardin has just helped it on its way over short fine leg for 1 bounce 4. This is what he does best towards the back end of the innings.
This is what Bardin is known for. Shows a lot of experience. He knows the field. He knows fine leg is up in the circle. Walks across, flicks it over fine leg. Scores a boundary of his first delivery. Keeps the momentum going.
Does this so often. Ferrar Bardin can play most shots in the book. Can be innovative. And is absolutely brilliant towards the back end of the innings. He's good underneath this one. This time around, is going to clear long off for the maximum.
Fantastic shot. I was just saying, such a tricky situation, but this guy's got all the experience, all the skills in the world. Clears the boundary. He started off 4-6, exactly what South Africa needed. We're moving up to 318. One of his strengths. Clears his front leg. Head down. Through the ball. Clears the boundary quite easily.
Does this so often for Bardin. Any team he comes for, he almost can read the situation and knows how to execute at the right time. And today he's just walked in. He had no choice but to carry on with the momentum the best way he can see fit. And he's done exactly just that. 11 of the over so far.
Jones in the field. Third man goes back. Steve Squilek comes up into the circle. You'll feel his plan would be a little bit wider of the stumps now. Got more protection on the offside.
He's got it underneath this one. This time around, he's cleared extra cover for a beautiful maximum.
For me, shot of the day. Unbelievable shot. He's only faced 3 deliveries. He's gone 4, 6, 6. Really, really good. Shot of the day.
That's just a great cricket shot. Stuck to his basics and is just executing at ease.
And there's your reason. He's known as the finisher in South Africa.
This time follows it up with a Yorker to finish off the over. South Africa 325 for 4 with 1 more over to go.
Really good over for South Africa. Expensive for Afghanistan. 1 over to go. So the biggest over of the inning so far. 18 coming from that second last over.
Farhad Beardine is the man in control at the moment. Reza Hendricks just taking a breather on the other side. Driven that one hard straight to the ground. They're not going to bother to have a shot at the stumps. They have shown, you know, bits of consistency where they've been able to find that block hole, but not often enough. And they will figure that out very quickly. And that is how you learn in this type of cricket, international cricket. You have to learn very quickly. Low full toss. They're going to be running for 2, South Africa. Good fielding.
Beardine's first 3 deliveries, gone 4, 6, 6. Fantastic striking. Not always easy just to come in and strike it, but Beardine has done it so well.
Out of the back of the hand, Beardine has picked it. There's a man steadying himself underneath and he's taking a comfortable catch. Very unfortunate for Beardine as this short innings come to an end.
Slow ball on field. We haven't seen enough of that today. Has to hit to the bigger boundary. Simple catch at the end, but a fantastic little cameo from Beardine. Only 5 deliveries. Scored 18 runs in those 5 deliveries. He's happy. And so he should be. They've put a few down today. One feels it's a little bit late. Nonetheless, fantastic bowling.
Brings in the hard-hitting Dwayne Pretorius to the crease. On the legs, beautifully struck by Reza Hendricks. He has continued his good form. Took a breather in the last over because Beardine took control of the proceedings, but he has just carried on from where he left off.
Yeah, one wonders, he's just bowled a slow ball to the big boundary and he's reverted back to the full delivery. He missed it. Reza's in such sublime form. He's not going to miss out on that. Also places it really well.
Right in the block hole. Not much you can do with that as a batsman. Just well executed.
New batsman Dwayne Pretorius, he's on strike. There's only 1 delivery left. He's going to have to do most of his work today with the ball. massive striker of the cricket ball.
This can go anyway. From the block hole again, we're bowled. And all Dwayne Pretorius could do was just dig it out, which will conclude the innings of South Africa. They've put up a massive score of 335 after 50 overs, losing 5 wickets. And the star of the show is that man over there, Reza Hendricks. He has been superb. He took control early on, he's taken the risks, and he's ended up on 172, facing just 144 balls, striking 14 fours and 5 sixes.
The man of the moment for South Africa. He's carried his bat through, openings batsman, 172. Fantastic innings. He can be loud with his efforts today. One feels fantastic innings from South Africa. Reza richly deserves the applause he gets from his teammates. It's been superb, it's been classy, it's been serious timing, and he's richly deserved the applause he's getting from his team. All smiles. Henry Davids, his opening partner. Here we have it. Afghanistan need 334 to win in 50 overs, nearly up to going at 7 and it's over. One feels it's a long way to go. South Africa has got a fantastic bowling lineup as well.
And this is how the day started and ended for South Africa's innings. Henry Davis, 22 of 34, star of the day so far. Reza Hendricks, 172 of 144 balls, well supported by the captain Kaya Zondo, who scored 58 of 56. And a little cameo, very unselfish innings of 18 of 6 balls from Farhan Beardine.
Got the partnerships all around. Very good one on the top of the innings, 79 from Henry Davids and Reza Hendricks. The main partnership, Kaya Zondo and Reza Hendricks, 132 runs, fantastic partnerships. And a little cameo at the end for Beardine and Reza Hendricks brings South Africa to 333 runs, only 5 wickets down.
And that's how it stands so far. Afghanistan will need 334 runs to win at a run rate of 6.68 runs to the over. They're going to have to knuckle down and bat. The wicket is looking good. The sun is out. We are surely looking forward to a fantastic second half of the game.
It's 13 hours.
Down the leg side. Nicely worked. Dane Pedersen not quite hitting his stripes early on. After posting 333, Afghanistan has got a mountain to climb there. Joining me in the commentary box is former New Zealand wicketkeeper and Northern Transvaal keeper, Greg van Wyk.
Thank you, Dumisa. Yes, a rather tall task here that's been set by the South African A side. As Patterson shuffles in and he bowls a really nice length, and that's something we saw in the Afghanistan A bowling innings, how they struggled to find an effective area to the South African A batsmen, which capitalised nice and early. So it'll be interesting to see how they have summed up conditions from the side and how they adjust for it to be really effective, and especially with the new ball.
Always consistent. Dane Pedersen, difficult to get away. He will prove a handful when he settles and gets into his rhythm. Gotta find a way, Afghanistan here, to get going. I know it's early days, but this disciplined South African attack will be at their faces throughout. It's a mishit. Doesn't quite get into position quickly. Rushed.
Absolutely, and already we see this Patterson, who's normally a nice swing bowler, not a lot of swing on offer, and just the angle that where the ball angles slightly in towards middle and leg, but he missed his length slightly there, and Usman, the Afghanistan A batsman, probably struggled to capitalize on that. Very important what Dumisa said as well, that you try and ascend yourself nice and early in the innings here, and you find a way just to get the innings going and get some positivity and some early runs on the board.
Wide on that occasion, but that's his duty, Dane Pedersen. That's what he does. He will lure the batsman into a stroke. Generally a swing bowler, but conditions here are not quite assisting the swing bowling, so control will be absolutely important early on. Full on this occasion. Nicely worked to mid-wicket. .330 is a huge total career. They have to have some kind of a plan going about this business.
Absolutely, and I think the best time to really get a good start here is obviously against a new ball. As Patterson bowls a lot delivery of the first over, and the score is 1 without loss for Afghanistan A.
To open proceedings on the other side will be the man of the moment in the first game against India, Dwayne Pretorius. Took 3 wickets and played his part with the bat.
Absolutely, and what I really like about this is how Kaya Zondo, the captain of South Africa, has already summed up conditions. He's realized that not a lot of opportunities probably behind the wicket, with the wicket being slightly slow, and he's adjusted by putting a square catcher carrying just 1 slip.
Yeah, Dwayne Pretorius come through leaps and bounds in the South African cricket after playing for the Lions after a couple of seasons. Has made his mark in South African cricket, representing the national team, and now doing duty here for South Africa A. Oh, it's up in the air. It's a dolly. He's scooped it straight to mid-off. And Dwayne Pretorius has struck in the second ball of the second over. The batsman is refusing to leave, or he's found it hard and in disbelief. Didn't look like a slow ball to me. It just looked like a mistimed shot, which he didn't quite follow through with the stroke.
Yes, absolutely. Probably just undone by the slowness of the wicket, but a very disappointed Javed. And Afghanistan under pressure in the second over with Dwayne Pretorius striking.
Looked like he just stopped on the shot.
Absolutely, and a really nice take as well by the captain Kaya Zondo at mid-off. And he could not have asked for a better finish to their batting, but a better start to their bowling as well.
The new man in is Ramat. Did some work with the ball, bowled brilliantly with his leg spinners, but now he's got a different task at hand. He is in after 1.2 overs to just come and stabilize matters here at the crease for Afghanistan.
Pretorius Ramat, who just tucks it around the corner to get off the mark nice and early. Aaron Pangisu, a lightning fielder, does a nice, clean, tidy job into Mangalisha Moshekhle. So already you can see a difference in the two fielding sides as well. A lot of energy coming from the South African A side, and just that general tidiness, which is always important.
And that's how it transpired. Just stopping on the shot, not quite following through. Gives Dwayne Pretorius his first wicket.
That is more your length. His first couple of deliveries were probably a little bit short, and we saw he induced a false stroke from the batter who got out Javed when he just pushed it slightly fuller. Get them on that front foot on a slow wicket or on any wicket, basically, with the newer ball. So asking good questions here, Dwayne Pretorius.
Yeah, he tends to do that. He'll be there and about, allowing the ball to get some kind of swing.
Oh, and a beautiful pickup shot. And it's flown over deep square leg for 6. And clear intention being shown by Usman here. He gets off the mark with a big 6. So he's not going to hold back today. He's going to know one way and he's going to take the bowling on. And I think that makes for some exciting viewing.
That is a magnificent stroke. Off the legs, he's picked it up over deep backward square leg. Like a small flick, but it's gone miles. Here, Ramat. Usman has to correct that. If they're going to go at this pace, we are surely going to have some good cricket displayed out here today.
Absolutely, and it looks like the ball has been retrieved from the river. Hopefully it's still nice and dry for the South African A side's sake. But clear intentions being marked here by the Afghanistan A side. And I absolutely believe that this is the right way for them to go about it. Just to allow and wait for the South African bowling attack to settle would be a wrong decision. Nice and positive, aggressive intent. It's the only way they'll give themselves a chance of winning this game.
Hits the deck on that occasion, Dwayne Pretorius. Just to respond to that previous stroke. End of the second. 8 for 1. Looked like he's just injured himself. Usman. I think from that last delivery. He's clearly in discomfort.
Yes, Usman seems to be in real discomfort here, and it's not a good sign. Just having a look at the Afghanistan A side. their batting order is something that's struggled over the last couple of days. In their first game against India A, they got bowled out for around 150. So today they've got another daunting task, which their batting order will face. Unfortunately, Javed was dismissed nice and early by Dwayne Pretorius, and like we said, Usman seems to be in real trouble here. The physios aren't assisting him, and let's hope he's able to continue soon.
No, he does look clearly in discomfort. Just trying to walk it out. I think it was the last ball that did damage from Dwayne Pretorius.
Just having a look at the South African A side, some very young and exciting players in this side. A guy like Dane Patterson, who's just come back from the UK, where he had a nice opportunity to represent the Proteas. He really made himself proud in those conditions, where he proved to be a very, very handy performer at the back end of the innings. And he'll look to continue on those performances and keep growing as a player as well. But by the looks of it, luckily Usman seems ready to continue again. Still slightly bent over, but I think all of us are pleased just to see that he's going to keep going, being aggressive here and stick it out.
He looks good to go, and they're enjoying their outing here. Supporters of Afghanistan. Beautiful opportunity to be involved in this caliber of cricket, this CSA Tri-Nations. Dan Peterson is ready to go.
Very good start to the over by Dane Patterson. Really important for your new ball bowlers to set the tone for your whole fielding display. I think a lot of coaches, a lot of captains will always ask the side to buzz and to field and have a lot of energy. But ultimately it's your new ball bowlers who set the tone for that. So between Patterson and Pretorius, they've started really well here. Want to see if they can get Afghanistan 2 or 3 down in this first power play period.
Good bouncer. Just to announce himself that he's here. He's fresh, and he's not going to be flicked on the legs for big sixes. So that's a good ball from Dan Peterson.
Absolutely. We didn't see the Afghanistan side show enough intent. Very important on slow, low wickets that you still lose your bumper just to get the batter back, and I'm sure he'll look to go fuller now again.
Good looking stroke. Looks comfortable on the front foot. Hence, Dan Peterson had a look at the previous ball. And now what's his response on the short ball? But they're going to have a plan here, Afghanistan. How to go about this total of 333. It's a huge total, and you've got to have a clear plan as how to go about proceeding towards the total.
Patterson slightly back of a length, and he just pushes off the back boot. The ball goes down to third man, but there's only a single. Nicely tidied up by Dwayne Pretorius on third man boundary. It brings Usman back on strike. And after seeing him being in clear discomfort, be interesting to see if he was able to refocus, to start over again. And I'm looking forward to a nice battle here between Patterson and Usman.
Slice change in field. Second slip goes to sort of a gully fourth slip position.
Very good. Nice and tight line. Very, very important you don't give batters too much width on a slow wicket where there's not a lot of swing or not a lot of assistance. So tight lines are very important.
Absolutely, and considering that this is a very good batting pitch, it's the second half of the game, so it is flattened out. Margins of error are very small. Another bouncer. Another occasion left alone by Usman. It's the end of the third. Afghanistan 9 for 1.
As we see Dane Patterson showing real intent and nice aggression. It's always nice when your new ball bowler sets that tone for that aggression and intent. It's always nice when a batter see the opposition batting jumping around a little bit as well. So a very good start by Dane Patterson.
Just catches the outside edge. It will trickle away to third man for a single.
Yes, and we just saw the ball fly through there, but now that Usman's on strike again, they know that he favours that leg side. Aaron Pangiso goes back to the deep square leg boundary, while Dane Patterson comes into the ring.
The short point catching. Very familiar position these days in world cricket.
Already a change of pace we're seeing here from Dwayne Pretorius. Trying to be ahead of the game. He knows that Usman will come pretty hard at him and look to attack him, so he's adapted nicely and been proactive by adjusting with which looked like a leg cutter. The wicket did hold up slightly, so South Africa can use that in their favour to attack a little bit more and hopefully get them 2 or 3 down here.
That's a great stroke, up and over. He's followed through with the ball and he's going to go all the way for 4. Great stroke for 4.
Yes, and Usman continuing with his aggressive approach, really to look to take the initiative here by attacking the bowlers. Dwayne Pretorius this time with the seam up delivery again, but very nice execution by Usman.
Played in the miss on this occasion. Just pulling his length back, Dwayne Pretorius. The previous ball was a boot full, and he understands that. So on this occasion, he just pulled back his length. Just hitting the deck. Osman on 10 after 13 balls.
Usman charges, hits one straight back to Dane Pretorius, who seems to have got it on the shin or on the boot. So temporary pain, but a bit of team pleasure by stopping that boundary. So good by Dwayne Pretorius. It wasn't pretty, but he got the job done. But once again, Usman really showing his intent. And I really believe we're in for a good battle here. I'd be interested to see how the captain adjusts here. Could be an option to bring third man up into the ring and maybe cover that long on a boundary. But let's see how Dwayne Pretorius adapts.
Short on that occasion, just losing his radar. Probably unsettled about Usman's intent, which is good. That's exactly what the batsmen want to see. It's not allowing Dwayne Pretorius to settle in his length and line, which is what he thrives on. Type of bowler who can get on a roll when he puts batsmen under pressure, but Usman is not having none of that today. Bowls a bouncer which goes straight to the keeper. That's the end of the over after 15 for 1 after 4 overs.
Dane Patterson back into the attack. And as we look at the two teams, Afghanistan A, who won the toss and chose to field, a decision which has put them under a lot of pressure here, but Patterson into Usman.
They've gone up for the LBW. And just turned down by Patrick Jelle. And if anything, is probably just going over the wickets. Sort of a stifled appeal, just asking a question. Bowling in at an angle, and it's always going down leg side of that angle that Dane Pedersen is bowling from.
Very nice. Some of the nicest carry we've seen here today by the seamers. It just shows you there is a little bit of assistance if you really bend your back and put a little bit of effort into it. Patterson gives width and it's cut down to third man. But it'll only be the one. And it's cleanly tied up by Dwayne Pretorius and Mangalisha Moshekhle to bring the exciting Usman on strike. And I'm sure we'll see some fireworks now, Dumisa.
Most definitely, Usman. He showed his intentions early on. Rightfully so. This is not a small total. You can't afford to just fiddle around. You gotta show your intentions. A ball to be played. It's gonna be very important though for Afghanistan starting in the manner that they've started. Yes, they've lost a wicket, but the most important period, you know, is that period between the 15th over and the 40th over. A lot can happen there, where your patience and your choice of being aggressive totally counts. So that's the most important period.
Usman swings hard, fails to make strike, but it's a very valid point you made here, Dumisa. That middle period where we saw the ball get slightly softer, where the change of pace came into the game a lot more, and the spinners were introduced by their captain as well. So it's important not to go too hard too early and almost get yourself out of the game before it's really started. But the team who plays that period between over 15 and 40, like you mentioned, the best is a team who will come out on top here.
Losing his radar as well, Dane Pedersen. And wickets in hand is always key. 50 overs is a long time. You can go hard up front, but make sure you don't lose wicket. You take calculated risks. I thought Reza Hendricks played a magnificent knock where he just pushed and shoved. He knew when to attack and he knew when just to stabilize things.
Patterson going for that well-known Yorker of his to finish the over off. Afghanistan 17 for 1 after 5 overs.
The game is nicely poised at the moment. There's not too much that has happened. It's just both sides feeling each other in the second half of the game. That man will be the key in terms of how far he can ride his luck in terms of being aggressive. Needing 317 and 45 overs is a mountain of a total to get.
Yes, and it's important that as a batting side you have some clear targets to work towards. You don't have to exactly be on those targets, but just to have something to break a big score down. Sometimes it can be a little bit daunting when you look at the scoreboard and it's over 300, but the easiest way of chasing it down is to break it down in periods. So it's important that they get a good start here and eliminate this first period.
He's pulled back and he's cleared long off, long square leg, and Aaron Pangisa runs around and gets it on one bounce straight back to the bowler.
Yes, we saw in that first innings as well how the ball just keeps flying here on the high field. Sometimes mishits go to the fielders on the ropes. And luckily for Afghanistan, there was a slight mishit, but Aaron Pankiza cleaned it up nicely. You can almost just feel the tension building when Usman is on strike and when there's been a dot ball. I think it's very, very important that as a bowler you know exactly how you're going to follow up a dot to a batter of Usman's caliber. You know he's not going to be predictable, he's not going to look to see the new ball off. It's either going to be a boundary or it's going to be a dot. So I'd really like to see how Dwayne Pretorius adapts here.
Another change in field, the slip goes away to extra cover. Another big play and a miss by Usman. He's not gonna die wondering here. He understands that it's a massive total, but at the same time there is an art to chasing down these big totals. Yes, the intention is there to play the big strokes, but if you lose another wicket, you're going to be putting your team in a very difficult position.
Oh, Mangalisha Mosekhle, a beautiful grab by the wicket-keeper. Lovely created opportunity created by Dwayne Pretorius, and the catch, something to write home about. A beautiful take by Mangalisha Mosekhle.
That got you excited there, Gray, as a keeper. It's a beautiful take by Mangi. He does this so often. Man who works hard in his keeping. And just after taking the slip off to extra cover, he covers that area and lunges himself to the right and collects a stunning catch.
Absolutely, one to be proud of. The captain did take a slip out, which leaves a lot more work for the keeper to do, but he was up to it. He was well balanced, all his weight was going to the outside. And as a wicket keeper, you always want to make sure you don't get beaten on the outside, and that was David De Gea like.
Absolutely. You can see that you are a Man U supporter.
Just quietly, Dumi, just quietly.
Nothing wrong with that at all. That catch brings in Nasir Jamal to the wicket. And that is exactly what South Africa needed at the time, just to break the momentum of Usman. And this is exactly why he's here. Short of the length, outside edge, lunges himself to the right to take a brilliant catch by Mangaliso Mosekhle.
So early trouble for Afghanistan as a slip goes back in. Very good start by Dwayne Pretorius to a new batter. That concludes the 6th over. Afghanistan A, 18 for 2.
Yeah, we tend to get used to this type of performances, especially from the less experienced teams. They kind of will get off to some kind of good start, play a couple of good shots, but it will always be a struggle to maintain that momentum, to put sides under pressure, to keep throwing back the pressure to the bowling team. And that's what they need to do here throughout this innings.
Patterson short and it's pulled away. Beautiful shot by Ramat as it goes for 4 to the straight mid-wicket boundary.
It's a great stroke. He just rocked back, got back into position very quickly, rolled his wrist and cleared the mid-wicket.
Yes, and very important as a quick bowler like Patterson to differentiate between what a drag down and what a bouncer is. And this was probably just slightly more on the drag down side. corrects it beautifully the next ball as he hits that corridor of uncertainty just around off stump and fourth stump on a good length. So we've already seen that Ramat sits back expecting short deliveries. So the best thing for Patterson would be just to focus around that top of off stump area.
Moving his feet nicely here, Ramat. Showing us how his feet can go back and forward with confidence. He's going to prove to be very important in his team batting lineup here. Just to absorb some pressure and then execute when needed.
That's nice. That is a very, very good short ball. Umpire Patrick Chelis shows him 1 for the over. And there was a clear difference between the previous short ball, which was more of a drag down, and this real bouncer with a lot of intent. So Patterson running in with a good aggression here.
He's just not going to allow him to lunge at him whenever he pleases. He just wants to remind him that the short ball is there and I'm willing to use it. Nice flick of the legs. They'll be looking for 2 here. Junior Dala in pursuit. Good display of strokes here by Ramat. But the big question is that how long can he absorb this pressure? That's the difference between good batsmen and average batsmen, is that once you are in, you can absorb that pressure and slowly eat away at the bowling attack. Last ball.
Nice front foot drive here by Ramat. Captain Kayozondo after it and pulls it back. Does a very clean piece of fielding, but Ramat is through for 3. And that concludes the 7th over. Afghanistan A 27 for 2 after 7 overs. And we've got a change in commentary. Kobus Pienaar and Johan van der Walt.
Thank you very much, Creer. Yeah, 27 for 2 after 7 overs. South Africa got a good start. That's what I wanted, a new ball, a couple of new wickets here. So the 2 wickets in the first power play. It's definitely a very good start for South Africa.
Yeah, hello, Kobus. Our first one together today. Decent start. South Africa got the 2 wickets. Dwayne Pretorius is a guy that always tends to pick up wickets, you know, and I think he's a little bit out of the ordinary. Hasn't got the pace that the rest of the bowlers got. He's a tall bowler. It's the length. Just get a little bit of nibble every now and again on the wicket. And batters sometimes feel they can get after him, but he gets a decent error, and more often than not he picks up a couple of wickets, as you normally expect the faster bowlers, but he's done really well in the last couple of years.
Got an extra bounce there by Dwayne Pretorius. I think the important thing about him, if you look at him, he got a very good wrist position, and I think that's where that little bit of nibble, a bit of swing helps him a lot. I think where he found it hard in the South African side was when he came in and had the ball first change, when the batters are a little bit settled and there's a little bit less swing and movement, they sort of line him up, as you mentioned, for the lack of pace there. But if you look at his domestic career, he's done very well the last couple of years for the Lions.
Good length from Dwayne. Yeah, and I also feel he's one of those guys that you go horses for courses. You know, he, as soon as the wicket slows down or you play subcontinent, it's perfect for him on slow wickets. You can get his keeper up. People can't use their feet, so it's something different. Something different. So where's your normal bowlers? Seam bowlers 135 plus.
And very good length there again, just on that off-stump line. And I think that's the very good thing that makes him special, is that he's able to adapt quicker. I think he sums up conditions very well and know what lengths to bowl to get that top of off-stump, which we all talk about so often in terms of bowling.
Yeah, we mustn't forget he's a clean striker of the ball, so it's a massive asset to any cricket team. Very good with the ball and also with the bat. Clearing the leg, swings hard. I think it's cleared the boundary. It's gone for 6. Umpire a little bit uncertain. Just giving him the length. He can get underneath it. Clear his left leg. Swing through the line. Ramat, he looks in danger form. He likes to play some shots.
Good close to the over there by Dwayne Pretorius. A good backup delivery there. Just felt like the 4 dots there just allowed Ramat to sign himself up and to play that shot there. And it brings us to the end of the 8th over. Afghanistan A 33 for 2 after 8 overs.
Yeah, after the 8 over that we've seen, Ramat looks very comfortable on the front foot. Sort of, if it's up there, he's definitely going to have a go. Try and take advantage, of course, of the first power play. 10 overs, only 2 fielders outside this 30-meter circle. So I think that's also the way they play back home. You know, the wickets are slow and low, so whenever they play against a wide ball, they've got to take advantage of the new ball. It comes onto the bat a little bit better. Certainly what he's trying to do here.
Very good length there by Dane Patterson to the new batsman. He just faced his second ball there, and it's important now for Dane to make sure that he hits that off-stump line where the batter has to play. And maybe with a quick short ball there, just take his feet away. He got the extra pace as we spoke about earlier, which Dwayne might not have, so I would like to see him use it in his advantage. Important thing from South Africa also is now to keep the hunger, to keep looking to take wickets here and not be happy with the start.
Short delivery pushes him back. Nasir, he's not off the mark yet, so we haven't seen much of him. Push him back, as you said, Gubis, he's got a little bit of extra pace, so he's got that option. Push a guy back and then get it back into the business area. He's got to slip in. Another bowler from South Africa, Patterson, is coming on in leaps and bounds.
Yeah, very good single there by the Afghanistan batters. It's important for Dane Patterson to stand out at this level of cricket. He had a taste of playing for South Africa and he done well for the Cobras the last few years. So it's important for him to step up here and to lead this attack, which they gave him the opportunity to do today. Always the danger of the situation where South Africa A are now. They got a massive score, 334, that Afghanistan A need to get here for them to settle down and just to be happy to go through the motions. I think the important thing is here to keep looking to take wickets throughout the innings.
Straight up in the air, and would you believe it, they have just taken the fielder from the offside and it falls in no man's land. Tries to work it on the leg side. Only gets a leading edge to it, and it spoons up in the air. No one there to catch it. Good bowling though by Patterson. He's hitting the deck quite hard.
Very good start here, this over by Dan Patterson. All 5 balls has been on that off-stump line, where the batter don't really get a chance to get off strike there. So what I like about this ploy that Africa is using now is the Afghanistan batters have to make the play to get a boundary or to get some runs. Well, I just felt when South Africa were batting, there were a bad ball every over where South Africa could easily have scored, and it was just easier to rotate the strike and to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, I agree. Too many freebies that they've bowled for South Africa, and that's a key as a bowling unit. Short worked away to third man. Very good over for South Africa. It's also the end of the 9th over. Afghanistan 35 for 2.
A change in the attack here, the first entry of spin here for South Africa. Kaya Zondo is putting Aaron Pangisa, left arm spinner, into the attack from the Cricket South Africa High Performance Centre end. It'll be good to see what he's going to do with the ball. Their finger spinners didn't have much turn, but I think it's important to make sure for Pangisa to find a pace as soon as possible.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much turn. The leg spinner got a little bit of purchase whenever he threw it up, so interesting to see. A good move from South Africa, from the captain. Still in the power play though. Slip in, attacking. Yeah, one also feels that Afghanistan will be a little bit more comfortable against the spin bowlers. Something that they're used to. Coming from the subcontinent, there's a lot of spinners going around. As you can see, already looking a little bit more comfortable. Just punching it down the ground for 1. Be a good test for Pangiso. He's a wily old bowler. Not a big turner of the ball, but he's been around the block. He knows what to do here.
Change of field there, you can see Pangisa field there's not a lot of turn there, so he's rather going to have the catching cover and an extra cover line to give him another option there to potentially get a wicket there, because it looks like the guys are playing through the line with ease.
Get there, Banks. Nice, Bengo. Good, Banks. Good, Banks.
Very good start here by Aaron Pangisa. Looks like he summed up the pace there. That ball looked a little bit quicker. And it's important for him to hit that back of the length area, with the batters try to reach for the ball.
Ball Pengo. Here we go, boys. The big slug coming out here now, boys. Let's catch it there, Dwayno. Go, Pengo.
Well bowled. Great lines from Pangisa. Can only get it for 1 through mid-wicket. One feels pressure building a little bit on Afghanistan. Feels we'll be seeing a big shot sooner rather than later. A little bit behind the 8 ball with the run rate as well. Only going just over 3.5.
As we see a change of field here for the last ball, the cow corner is coming into the circle, and long on is moving to the boundary there. So it's quite a good move here, and I like that, because as soon as the batter is going to play across the line, we're playing South Africa's favour.
Ball bangs.
A good start. It's the end of the over there. 38 for 2 after 10.
Yeah, end of the first power play, as you mentioned there. Afghanistan A, 38 for 2. Look at that wide shot there. It's a beautiful late winter's day here in Pretoria, in South Africa. Not a cloud in the sky, and it's such a fortunate place to be able to play cricket this time of year.
Of course, it doesn't feel like winter. We're still in July. We're sitting here with short sleeve shirts. The bowlers, the fielders on the park has got short sleeves on. Fantastic day. We've had a To be fair, we've had a very good winter. Dwayne Pretorius has just changed sides. He's move over. He's back into the attack.
We discussed it the whole morning, and it looks good there. Dwayne Pretorius just after the power play, where he used the slower ball there and he rolled his fingers over the seam. We just had the feeling that the wicket is getting lower and slower, and it's becoming harder and harder to create pace on the ball. So it's good to see that Dwayne is using that ploy to get a dot ball there and to get a bit of different thinking from the Afghanistan batters.
Yeah, for that very reason that you're saying the wicket's getting a bit slower and lower, it's quite interesting that Afghanistan has won the toss. They've decided to bowl first, which obviously, you know, it's new for them, South African conditions, but I mean, I'm sure if they knew the wicket's going to get a bit lower, they might have changed their decision. So be it. They've got a stiff task ahead of them. Still 296 needed. Massive target of 333 by South Africa. Short cutaway. Just put the fielder out on the sweeper. Only one. Good captaincy again from Zondo. It's one thing. This stage he's reading it very well. The guy has just been moved out and went straight to him. A little bit short on that occasion.
Very good length there again by Dwayne Pretorius. It's just hard with that extra bounce for the batter to really give himself a bit of momentum and a bit of place to get his hands through the ball there. Important thing that stands out to me at the moment also is South African ace fielding at the moment. We ask a few questions about Afghanistan's ace fielding, and you can just see the difference from the South African side, and it just shows you these guys have been competitive at this level for a few years, and it's good experience for Afghanistan to see what's required.
Short delivery. Umpires shows one for the over. Bit of a surprise there for the batter. Nasir, he wasn't expecting that one. Dwayne Pretorius, as we've said, hasn't got the pace that some of the rest of the bowlers got, but using it well as a surprise delivery.
A very good last delivery of the 11th over, and gives us 39 for 2 after 11 overs. And it just shows you that Dwayne Pretorius' length has been very good so far.
Here we see the comparisons. South Africa after 11 overs, 72. Afghanistan only 39. South Africa also hasn't lost a wicket by then, so they were off to a fast start. Some catching up for the Afghanistan A team. Pangiso to continue out of the power play. He can have a few boundary riders now.
Yeah, good bet.
This field, it looks like Pangiso is going to attack the stumps a little bit more and bowl a little bit straighter. Only 4 fielders on the offside with the new field.
Beautifully flighted. Also now that he's got a little bit of protection, we might see a few more flighted deliveries.
Used the crease very well there by the Afghanistan batter. Give himself a bit of room there, Ramat, to get the ball to the offside. And a bit of sloppy fielding here by South Africa. Just gave them an overthrow. Shy the bowler sent. Bit of sloppiness there. Hit the stumps on the boundary by Junior Dala, and they allowed him to pick up a second run.
little sloppy, maybe a little bit unfortunate. Junadala eating the stumps from way out there on the cover boundary. Allows the batters to sneak through for another single.
An easy single down to long off. Just a gentle push. As we can see there again, there's not a lot of turn available here for Pangiso. So I think it's important for him to make sure that they get the right length and the pace.
Yeah, and Ramat, I was actually quite impressed by Ramat with the leg spinner. Looks a really good batsman as well, aggressive, very good cricketer. This is the first time we've seen them, first time I've seen him, and been impressive.
Change in the field here by Pangiso and Kayazonda, which I'm a big believer that's the right way to go about it. They take out the 45 on the leg side, so the Afghanistan batters have to play across the line to exploit that area, which can create a wicket for South Africa. We just got the feeling in the first innings also of David's and Mosetle's wickets. As soon as you play across the line, you get yourself into trouble.
I agree, especially against the leg spinner. It was difficult to sweep. Pangiso is also one of those bowlers. It's not very easy to sweep, play across the line. Down the leg side, turned around. Turn for two. Shamsi after it. Bit of a mix-up. They decide against the third wisely. Never three there. End of another good over from Aaron Pangiso. Afghanistan are 44 for 2 after the 12th over. Here we see the worm, the blue worm of South Africa, standing way above the red worm of Afghanistan. A little bit of work to do. Still got wickets in hand. Banged in. Well played. Just steered down to third man. Ramat has looked very good. Nazir, a little bit slow. He's only got 4 runs off 13 deliveries. He needs to push it on. That might put a little bit of pressure on your partner on the other side.
Big shot over the leg side there again. And it went for a boundary. Another 4 to Ramat's account there. He looks an accomplished player. Sorry, I got that one wrong. It's Nazir. 4 over the wide mid-on.
Yeah, and on cue, as we just said, he needs to get on with it a bit. He clears his front leg. It's it through the line. Doesn't middle it, but the quality of the outfield gives him 4 runs. He'll feel a lot better. Give him a little bit of confidence. And as a result, a field change, and we have got Long On has moved to the boundary.
One down to third man there, and a very good comeback there after that delivery by Dwayne Pretorius. The important thing for me is the situation where we are now is Afghanistan obviously need to go for the runs. There's no place where they can fall short here. But I also want to see from a South African point of view that they keep looking to take wickets. I don't want us to go through the motions here because we're sitting on a big total. I think that's important from a captain point of view with field placings and bowling changes to be attacking all the way through.
punched off the back foot. Covers only a single. I agree totally, and I think it won't be long before we see Junior Dala coming into attack. He's an attacking type of bowler. Skiddy, he's got probably the quickest in this South African side, South African A side. So I'm sure soon we'll see him into the attack as well. Edge, just past the keeper. Runs away for 4. Exactly what you said. If we had a slip there, it would have been straight to first slip. Valiant effort by the keeper. Just to the right of him. Wide. Straight to slip. 4 runs for Afghanistan.
A short ball again there by Dwayne Pretorius. I just feel we overdone it a little bit at the moment, and it's quite an expensive over here. Brings the end to the 13th over, 59 for 2, and Nazir definitely got a bit of momentum in his innings. He's on 17 of 17. It just shows you how quickly it changes. 3 boundaries there, and he's back to a runner ball. 100% strike rate for Nazir.
Yeah, that's a massive over. 16 runs of that over. I think Pretorius will be a little bit disappointed with that. The one was off the edge, but I feel maybe too many short deliveries using of that. Much needed over for Afghanistan.
Be interesting to see what Kaya Zondo's plan is this side. If it's going to be Junior Dala or Tabrai Shamsi, he's going to spin from both ends. Or is it going to get Junior Dala into the attack to try and strike with the extra pace? You mentioned earlier about Pangisa that's been around for years, and you can just see straight away that any second in his third over now, straight away he adapted to the wicket, got his pace right, and his line and length's been immaculate since.
Tata gives himself room. They're looking at 2. Dala, as we know, has got a massive arm. Fantastic throw. Only 1. Good fielding.
We take on Junior Dala's arm. I'm afraid there's only one winner, and it's not going to be a batter.
Now he's also fielding on the bigger part of this ground, on the boundary, so captain is getting his fielders in great positions.
Oh, ball pangs. Ball pang out.
Very good line again there by Aaron Pangisa. He got a right field now, and I think it's a lot better field at the moment without the 45, where you protect more areas of the field. And it's just going to be the Afghanistan batters going to make a mistake, because they're going to have to up the empty and get a run rate going soon.
Nazir looks to score on the offside mainly. There's a massive gap for him behind square on the leg side. Tempting him to play across the line is Pangiso.
Oh, Pango.
A very good bowling there by Aaron Pangiso. He opened up the square leg area there for the batter to go across the line, and he upped the pace a little bit there with the arm ball there. Very good thinking from them.
And that's exactly what he's looking for. As we said, he's not an easy guy to play across the line. That's also the end of the over, and also the end of myself and Quibus.
$60 for 2 Afghanistan. These two have stabilized the situation. Ramat on 30 after 39 balls. He's played sensibly. Well supported by Nasir on 17 after 21 balls.
And a new bowler comes into the attack. Junior Dala, who had a very successful domestic season, and a nice quartet of seam bowlers that South Africa A possess. It'll be really interesting to see how he sums up conditions and make the most. Normally someone who's quite skitty. He has a different action to a normal quick, but one who will bowl stump to stump and look to have an immediate impact on this game. Cut down to third man by Ramat, as Junior Dala just slightly short and wide, way to start his spell, but he'll be looking to settle on a nice straight line, also to bring in some of his variations. I think it's a very good opportunity for the seam attack to be able to adjust to conditions. Can't just be a case of the captain constantly bowling spin and slower bowlers. Your seam attack have to adjust accordingly as well.
Outside edge found on that occasion, but in vain, as he strolls down the third man boundary for 4.
Yes, in a perfect area there by Junior Dala. Unlucky to found the outside edge on that occasion. And we saw Mangaliso Mashele take a beautiful catch earlier, but that way outside his reach. And a cheap boundary for Afghanistan A.
That means a slip will come into play from mid-wicket. I think rightfully so. This partnership has come together. Another one that just climbs up the nose of Nasir. But well played, steering it down third man.
We spoke earlier about the importance of the side playing between over and 15 and 40 really well. And as we start to head into that sort of period, Dumi, the run rate already has crept up massively, and with Afghanistan A only going at 4.5s and over. Squeezes this one out to deep cover boundary, where Dane Patterson goes around, puts in a good slide, and a nice tidy piece of fielding as well, just to concede 2 runs. So like we mentioned earlier as well, a really important phase in the game this, and Aaron Pangiso has started really well. His lines, his areas, his field setting has been very good, and I'd be very interested to see how the captain sort of rotates his bowlers and also be proactive in this next period to avoid Afghanistan any momentum.
Right behind it, solid on that occasion. This Afghan pair have, like I said earlier on, they've stabilized matters. They've found some kind of rhythm. But the longer they continue at this pace, the run rate will creep up. So they'll need to take some calculated risks to find the boundaries.
Short and wide and cut away. Aaron Pangiso after it, puts in a valiant effort, but this one will go for 4. Unfortunately, a loose end to the end of the over, where Junior Dala concedes 12 of his first over. Afghanistan A 72 for 2 after 15 overs.
Now he puts away the short and wide ball comfortably. And a valiant dive there by Aaron Pangiso, but in vain. He's going to continue with the bowling after making a great effort out there in the boundary. Very difficult player to play against, to bat against. He varies his pace, doesn't get that much turn of the ball, but his control is amazing. I think that's exactly what the South African A side will need from him.
This one being pushed out to long on. Yes, Aaron has been an experienced campaigner for a long time now. He has learned the arts and crafts of being a slow bowler in some conditions, and he's been a real asset to his captain here in these first 15 overs. So he's bowled really well, and he keeps continuing building pressure here. So he's a joy to watch, and I'd love to see how the deeper the innings goes, how he adjusts himself as well to remain really effective.
Go a bit more, Pedro.
Change in field. Square leg comes in. Deep square leg moves towards the mid wicket. Advances down the wicket. He hits it over extra cover. And he clears him successfully. It will get a well-deserved 4.
Go, boys. Go, Banks. Go, Banks.
Beautiful shot here where he just uses his feet, shimmies down and stays leg side. And as there was a change of field, he moved to square leg. He just accessed that offside boundary, and a really skillful stroke when the ball's turning away from you. Short and wide, and cut towards the deep cover boundary where Tabraya Shamsi's after it. Look to get it in the air nice and early, where he saves 2 runs.
Lot of ground that Therese Shamsi made coming from a sweeper boundary all the way towards the third man. Playing well here, Roman.
Short and wide again, and a repeat of the previous ball, but this time only 1 run. You can see a conscious effort by Aaron to bowl slightly wider off stump, and slightly that is a subconscious thing after you've put in a square leg as well, that you don't want to bowl towards where the majority of fielders are up in the ring. He wants the ball to filter to the longer side of the boundary, turning away from 2 right-handers.
Ball, Banks. Ball, Banks.
He'll stroll through for the single. It's a nice little period here for Afghanistan. They are scoring consistently.
Go, boys. Go, boys. Go, Pango. Go, Pango.
Just
Go,
getting
boys. Up the notch here, man. Up the
Kayazondo
notch here, man.
thinking,
Come
yeah,
on.
where is he going to get a
Go,
breakthrough?
Banks. Go, Banks. Ball, Pango. Ball, Pango.
Nicely played. This time just using his feet.
Changing over. So end of the 15th. Afghanistan has 73 for 2. Just been a lot of breaks in the middle. A little bit of water there and there.
Yes, a couple of thirsty individuals. They've had to work hard for their runs there between the wickets, and always hard when you've been in the field for 3 hours plus. A lot of work they had in the field. So just a quick drink to refuel and get the batteries recharged, and away they'll go again.
Junadala would like to improve from his first over display. Just like to hit his straps more, get some kind of continuity and consistency. Wide of the crease, he fouls that outside edge again. And it just eludes that wide second slip. And it's going to run away for 4.
Absolutely, Junior Dollar being slightly unlucky after finding the edge twice. This one just wide of slip fielder, and Afghanistan pick up another boundary just to keep that momentum alive.
On the legs on that occasion. Just going to frustrate Junadala a touch here. He's just gone for 17 in just 8 balls since he's come into bowl. And yes, 2 or 3 of them have just been wide of the slip area, but it's just not frustrate him. You know, the fact that he's not hitting the stripes quite well, and they keep on scoring. Now the slip goes out. It's exactly what Afghanistan needs and they want.
Absolutely. You can see senior player Farhan Bayadin just having a word with him about his line. Nice and heavy delivery into mid-wicket where Klaasen picks up and throws. Narrow miss, and I'm sure that would have been close if we had seen a direct hit.
Absolutely, he had to pick up his knees there. The last minute, Nasir. Good bowling by Junior Dala, climbing once again, and well played by Nasir. Another edge. Just as we've been speaking about it, 2 balls or 1 ball ago, they moved a slip away. They put him at mid-wicket, and it's gone straight through there for 4.
Yes, you can either call it very unfortunate or a lack of execution here. I'd be very interested to know what the communication between the captain and the bowler is about what line to bowl. Where I think Dala's looked actually most effective around that channel area, has found the edge 3 times. So it's almost a line I would have, you know, stuck with and kept that slip in. But he didn't have the field for it, and let bygones be bygones, and he's got to create pressure from the start again.
Absolutely, I think between the captain and the bowler, like you said, just one of them just got a little bit impatient and felt as if they need to move that slip to a position where they can block runs. But nonetheless, it's going at 10 runs and over here, Junior Dala. And not one shot in anger. It's just been very unfortunate.
This one on the legs, gets clipped away to deep square leg where Tabraiz Shamsi cleans it up. Gets a good bounce thrown into the keeper, and that's the end of the over. Score moves to 84 for 2 after 17 overs.
An unofficial drinks break.
Yes.
Never had those in my days.
Yeah, we were a bit tougher back then, to me. At least you were. Ramat has moved to 55 in the meantime, of only 52 balls in, and he's played really nicely. We saw during the South African A innings how Risa Hendricks took the initiative and played really well. I think the important thing for Afghanistan A is that he gets a very, very big score, and then you have a lot of important cameos around him. Nasir has been in fine form as well. He's been of good assistance, and I think it's really important these go all the way up to the 35th, 40th over, Dumi.
I think that's the plan for Ramat and his co-batsman. Gonna try and take this deep as they can. If they can get anything close to that score, they would have done well. It's all a learning curve for them. sure South Africa will find a way to fight back. They've been in situations like this more often than not. And the way Ramat and Nasia are going about things has been very impressive. Frustrated the likes of Junior Dala, who's gone for 23 in his 2 overs. And they've held their nerve against the experienced Aaron Pangiso. But new bowler Shamsi is about to have his opportunity.
Yes, Captain Kaya Zondo. He goes to Tabraiz Shamsi, who is a naturally very attacking wrist spin bowler. A new phase in the game here as well after Aaron Pangiso bowled really well. He's taken our attack, which is also a good bit of captaincy to me. He's constantly being proactive. He doesn't wait till a bowler gets knocked out of the attack. He's going to make the players captain. So let's see how Tabraiz Shamsi goes.
Come on, Shem, ready, Rod.
Starts off with a short one and gets away with it.
Yes, nothing better than getting away with that first one. Just to give you a little bit of confidence. Oh, big appeal. Batsman shuffles across his stumps and is a judge LBW. It really looked adjacent from where we were sitting, and it's always a good indication when Tabraiz Shamsi goes up. You know immediately if it's out. It leaves Afghanistan in deep trouble at 94 for 3 after 17.2.
That's what he does, Tabraiz Shamsi. That's what has got him that nod to play international cricket, is that he asks the questions. And on this occasion, he has pitched it in line, and the batsman has played and missed, and has been adjudged LBW. So after a knock of 55, after 54 balls, Ramat has been trapped in front of his stumps by Tabraiz Shamsi.
A very fine bit of captaincy as well by Kaya Zondo, and the pressure that Pangiso built up to bring the next batsman to the crease, which is Najib. Najib will come in after that break, which is normally the biggest partnership breaker. There's a break and play, drinks break. And a left-hander as well. So that'll be a nice challenge for the South African A side. How they adjust their lines to the two different batters here. But a very good start to his spell by Shamsi.
Bit of change around the field with the new batsman. Left-hander. Slip in. Short man catching.
Come on, the dragon.
Very good area first up to the new batsman here. You want to drag him forward, and we see there might be a little bit of spin here for the wrist spinner. You want to test both the outside and the inside edge here and get your slip into play.
Go on, yeah, Shamo! Working on here, Shams. Come on, Shams. Come on, Shams. Working on here, boy. Come on, fella.
Very difficult bowler to get away when he gets it right. Tabraiz Shamsi. Left arm Chinaman's very tricky. He's on the sweep.
On it, Dave. Good work, fella.
Good fielding by Henry Clausen to stop that 4. But very risky shot against Tabraiz. I can assure you, if he misses, he hits.
Absolutely encouraging signs here for Tabraiz Shamsi in the South African side. A batsman going across the line nice and early. He'd be encouraged to see that again.
Can't pick you,
A bit short on that occasion, but gets away with it. It's the end of the over. 94 for 2 after 17 overs.
So a tall order here for the Afghanistan A side. They are chasing a rather mammoth total of 334 and going about their way. Just very important that they find a little bit of momentum. They've got to start over, like we said, Dumi. And for Nasir and Najib, just to get a real good partnership going. We need to see a lot of intent, and it's Dala to start 19th over.
Junior Dala looking to redeem himself after those first 2 overs. He's been very unfortunate in his first 2 for most part of those 12 balls, but his captain has faith in him.
This one just slightly straight. Aerial through the square leg area where Heinrich Klaassen just cleans up. There seems to have been a clear decision here by Dala and his captain that they want him to bowl a lot straighter. I think it's a good decision. I'm also glad that the captain stuck with him here. I think sometimes it's easy to take a bowler off after 2 overs that didn't go your way. But a new batsman has come in, which presented a nice opportunity for Dala here.
Henry Davis takes a small jog to the slip area. Rightfully so, Junior Dala will be bowling at an angle that is leaving the left-hander. Full on that occasion. They are off for the quick single. Pangiso is a shy. Just misses the stumps. And they've made it comfortably.
Yes, Aaron Pangiso, a very fine fielder. A good arm with that left arm, and we've seen some of the runs he's saved on the boundary today as well. So a multi-talented cricketer, good with the ball, good in the field as well.
Gets that one a touch wrong. Junior Dala just trying a little bit too hard here. I think those first couple of overs have rattled him. Doesn't help that the left-hander has come to join at the crease. Have to chop and change his line.
In the air, but he finds the gap between mid-off and cover, and this one will race away for 4.
They have realized that Junior Dala is struggling here a little bit. So Nasir is going to take his chances on that occasion, finding the slightest of gaps, eluding Henry Davis at short cover to run away for 4.
Much better line and length there by Junior Dala. Nasir has just crept up to 30 from 30 balls as well. But it's really important that ensuring that that required rate doesn't keep climbing up for to reach a stage where it becomes very hard without very few wickets in hand.
Yeah, that's going to be very hard to control from their side. Got to keep scoring, and you can't lose wickets on regular intervals.
Squeezes out a Yorker. Flies down to fine leg where Dwayne Pretorius picks up and throws. And that concludes the 19th over. Afghanistan A 103 for 3 after 19 overs.
That's how the Afghanistan have gone in their
Let's go, Shams. Let's go, Shams.
first 50 and their second 50. Coming a lot faster. Just 38 balls. Just shows the way that they've played, the positive initiative that they've taken. Shamsi to carry on.
Oh, Shamo.
Pangiso, very influential fielder there at mid-wicket, and he saved Shamsi another one.
Hit those pads here, Shamo. Hit those pads here, boy.
Batsman uses his feet, aggressively hits it to mid-off, where it just bounces short. So we can see a real sign of intent here by Nasir against Tabraiz Shamsi.
Good at Shamo. Good at Shamo.
Beautifully bowled. Slightly quicker delivery there by Tabraiz Shamsi. Forces the batter not to come out of the crease. We has to play him from the crease. And between Henry Dayfords, Kaya Zondo and Manglisha Mosekhle, they are going to save a lot of dots in that inner ring.
Hamster the wheel here, boys. Hamster the wheel here, buggers.
Change and field. Deep back with Squillig. Comes up into the ring. Made off. Drops back to long on. And the deep mid-wicket just straightens the touch. Goes down on the sweep. But just a little bit of mistimed. Didn't quite execute. I think that's exactly what Tabraiz Shamsi wants the batsman to do.
Very good. Another dot by Shamsi, and you can feel the tension building. They'd be looking for the batter, like you mentioned to me, sir. They want him to sweep. They want him to go across the line of these deliveries. And you can almost feel the tension building here.
And a dot ball to finish off the 20th over. 102 for 3. That's how it stands after 20 overs. South Africa were 119 for 2. Afghanistan not too far off. Just losing that extra wicket and being 16 runs short. But the most important part is this period now. The next 20 overs, how they will fare amongst the likes of Aaron Pangiso and Tabraiz Shamsi.
Absolutely, a changer in for Aaron Pangiso, and he starts well. It just seems like there's a little bit of turn outside the off stump there for the left-hander. So a smart bit of captaincy here from Kaya Zondo to see if they can get a nice spinning combination here between Aaron and between Tabraiz Shamsi. So Aaron into his second spell here, and he'd be looking to spin a web.
Comes down the wicket, doesn't get all of it. Bounces just short of Junior Dala, a long off. That's going to be needed at times by the Afghan team. They need to put the South African bowlers under some sort of pressure. They just cannot allow them just to settle.
This ball, he gets a big piece of willow on it, and it's a huge hit over the side screen over long on. The batsman advanced here. He was actually never to the pitch of delivery, just let his hands fly, and he connected, and connected well to bring up the Afghanistan his third 6 of the innings.
That is a superb connection there as he advanced down the wicket and got all of it. Magnificent 6.
change of angle for Aaron Pangiso. And one almost feels that the left-hander will fancy to take Pangiso on towards the short boundary, the ball turning into him.
Comes again, and this time is gone close to deep backward of mid-wicket for another maximum. He is taking it on to Pangiso here, Naib. Back-to-back sixes. Pangiso has already gone for 13 this over. Just giving the South African bowlers something else to think about. Cannot allow them to settle.
Pangiso finishes with a dot, and the score progresses to 116 for 3 and after 21 overs. And here to replace the 18, Johan van der Walt and Kobus Pienaar.
Thanks, Kriya. Nothing wrong with a bit of a joke there. Pangiso took a bit of stick that last over, a couple of good shots there. I think it's good for an Afghanistan batters just to show a bit of intent and to not just settle to lose by a big margin, actually to give themselves a chance and see what they're capable of doing today. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry for the silence. I'm just getting over the statement of Greer van Wyk. Shamsi has been really good. Really good start for him.
He's itchy there, Shamo. Oh, get there, Shamo! Fielding yard.
Superb fielding from his own bowling. Very crucial for a spin bowler to be able to stop a few gaps. And there's someone strides past the side screen.
Yeah, 14 dot balls here by Tabraiz Shams to start his bowling spell, and that's very good for a rest spinner to have such good control over his deliveries at the moment.
Come, Shamo, come, Shamo. Come, boy, come, Shamo. Here we go, Shamo, here we go, Shams. Let's go, boys, come on here, man. Over Shamo here, boys, come on. Let's go, Shamo, 3 dots here, boy, come on.
Very good from Shamsi. Good control. Showed you about Shamsi. Yet to concede a run. Putting Afghanistan under pressure. Main thing is, we've got to do it from both sides.
A little bit straight on that occasion by Shamsi and one to deep square there, but still a very good over, and I like the pace that Shamsi bowls with. With that pace of a spinner, quite quick, you just need a little bit of turn just to change the line of the ball, and the batter's in trouble straight away.
Yeah, sometimes when you play on slower wickets, you need to bowl the ball into the wicket with a little bit of pace. You get variation from the wicket, you get one that grips. There's also a natural variation. Almost have to create the pace off the wicket. He's doing it well. Shamsi always been someone that bowls fairly quick for a spinner.
Very good single there by Najib. Nice and early call there. Soft hands to finish the over, and it brings us to the end of the 22nd over. Afghanistan A, 118 for 3.
Because you've played a lot at this ground, you should know the wicket very well. But obviously still winter, but you normally get spinners to turn it maybe later on in the season. So far I haven't seen too much, just a little bit from the leg spinner, but not too much.
Yeah, the Northern's first class side have played a couple of List A games and a couple of first class games here, and it doesn't always turn a hell of a lot. It's more like a bit of slower pace there. It's started to stay low in the afternoon a little bit. I think today we haven't seen that 100% yet, but it's definitely slower and lower the longer the format and the game goes on. They do a very good job here in the surfaces here to see the regrow so quickly, so it doesn't really break up to turn an awful lot.
Comes down the track, over mid-wicket. It's gone for another maximum. It's the third one of Pangiso in the last 2 overs. Left-hand batter feeling he's taken Pangiso on a little bit shorter this side of the field. He's taken a liking to Pangiso, laying into him. And at this stage he's winning the battle.
A good quick single there after the boundary. Just definitely finding a liking. I'm just thinking about the line of attack from Pangiso here. Left arm spinner into left-hander going around the wicket. So there's no real way of getting him out. There's no real danger to use his feet against the ball turning into him. Just maybe something to think of, or to potentially bowl a little bit wider or change the pace up.
Sweeps, bowls him around his legs. Bowls him around the legs, and as we've said many a times today, not an easy field to play square, to sweep on. Batter walking across, sweeping, not making any contact, and he's bowled him around his leg. That's the end of Nazir. He actually got a bit of a glove to it, just dragged it on. End of Nazir. South Africa take their 4th wicket.
Nasir Jamal, 33 or 44 balls with a strike rate of 75. He'll be very disappointed as a top order batter. He just got himself in and settled. They needed him to bat deep into the 40th over to add any chance. So a good wicket for South Africa at the right time to stop the momentum and the partnership.
Yeah, also the experience that I feel Afghanistan lack. If his batting partners just hit a 6, and it's been a good over so far. He did not need to do anything different. Anyway, that's the end of Nazir. He's gone for 33. New batter for Afghanistan, Afsar Nazi. Wicket keeper as well for Afghanistan. All-rounder, wicket keeper batsman. Here we look again at the dismissal. Moved way across. Try to sweep, try to get it fine. Only managed to get a tickle of the glove on it. Straight onto the stumps. It's one thing, Adam Pangiso is a difficult guy to get down and sweep. Ball's quite straight. When you miss here, it's one of his strengths. Good comeback after he's gone for a few in the last 2 overs. He's picked up a very important wicket for South Africa.
Very good start to the new batter there. Also nice to see a bit more attacking field with the long on back into the circle at mid on. And it just shows Pangiso all the experience in the world and is using it in his advantage here today.
Straight again. You can see Pangiso. He knows if he misses, he's in business. End of the over. One that produced a wicket for South Africa. 127 for 4 after 23.
Yeah, Afghanistan will be very disappointed at the wicket now. If you look at the run rate, 5.56, where they're right in that game there. But another wicket now, they're just going to exploit the middle order batters too soon here, and they might find the trouble to get bowled out later today.
Shamsi to continue. He's been very impressive today. He's had a bit of taste of higher honours as well, playing for South Africa's national side. So he'll be confident.
Najib did a couple of big sixes, but I like the captaincy here by Zondo to leave open that deep and wicket boundary. Very good lines here by Tabraj Shamsi. The reason why I say that is if you look at the field now, they're quite attacking with the slip, the ball turning away from the left hander. There's not a lot of turn there, but the potential is there, and to keep that gap open for the batter to think that he can get that boundary across the line and to get himself into trouble.
Sweeps across the line, straight to the fielder. Full delivery from Shamsi. Najib looking to be aggressive. He knows they're a little bit behind with the run rate, the way he plays. Try to put the bowlers under pressure. Afzar, the new batter. Again, slip in for him. Short cover. Just a discussion about the field. Short fine leg moving across. And also deep square coming into short fine leg. Gives him the option to sweep, but as we've seen, not very easy on this wicket.
Yeah, nice and attacking. We're in a good position here, South Africa. So attack the new batter. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, one likes to see people taking the attacking option. Always have a chance for another wicket. One or two boundaries won't hurt South Africa right now, but a couple of wickets will be handy.
I always feel that risk and reward is important at the situation where South Africa find themselves in now, and I just don't want a new batter to come in and to get 3 runs to get off strike and to start his innings, because every batter coming in is a little bit nervous, and that 0 next to his name plays a role, and it needs to play a part in the bowling's favour, not in terms of field placing, to get him easily to settle.
Deadlift getting higher and higher there, Shem. Get there, Shem.
Very good over, very good last ball to finish the over there by Tabraj Shamsi. 24 overs, Afghanistan 128 for 4.
As we look at the run rate, the worms, the blue worm, very good, great finish there. The red worm were a little bit behind and sneaking up, but that wicket will slow them down a little bit. And from here on in, South Africa increased their run rate quite a lot, so a lot of work for Afghanistan to keep up with that. Yeah, and that's what happens when the batsman has put you under pressure. Takes a slog straight up in the air. Here's a chance. Doesn't get a hand on it. Here's the chance that he was looking for. Pangiso outsmarted him. Unfortunately, it goes to ground.
A very good bowling there by Aaron Pangiso to persist to that line. Never looked like catching that Tabraj Shamsi. Didn't get himself in a good position there. Never looked comfortable under that ball. Such a shame for South Africa. You can see there moving around and never looked comfortable. And it's unlucky for Aaron Pangiso, who deserved that wicket.
Shamsi got himself into a little bit of tangle. Sometimes those can swerve a little bit in the air. Got himself in a tangle and eventually did not lay a hand on it. So is it going down as a drop catch? Probably not, but we feel it should have been taken.
Would have been 10 there by the Afghanistan batter, using his feet to Aaron Pangiso, but he moved well and he got the ball in the right area not to be able to go for any runs.
boys. Here we go, hands.
Slogs across the line. No one there. Afghanistan certainly looking to put pressure on Aaron Pangiso. Makes good contact through mid wicket. Gets a boundary.
Yeah, it just looks like the way they play. Every batter came in with the same mindset. A couple of dot balls here, and they're definitely prepared to take a big risk to get a boundary. And sometimes you just got to be a little bit more of a protective field here for the bowlers, just to protect that boundary, because there was a clear plan that he's not going to stick around for much longer before you take a risk.
All smiles from our man Seppo out there. Good to see them enjoying the cricket. Good to see a few people coming in, friends and family. It's been such a very good day. Lovely day. Good cricket so far. Beautiful finish from Pangiso. Over that's gone for 5. End of the 25th, 134 for 4.
There we go. As you can see, South Africa A 137 for 2, Afghanistan A 134 for 4 at the same stage. Quite a big decision there. Give a nod out there. Very well bowled by Shamsi. Left-handed batter, go right across the ball. I think he got away with murder there.
Massive shot. South Africa felt with a good chance. Top it off all. Mishap in the middle, bit of misunderstanding. Eventually got back. All's well that ends well, but a little bit of panic showed there by the Afghanistan team.
Always say nervous batter run like that to know he's in trouble there, so I think he might got away with a bit of murder there.
Sweeps again. This time he's given. LBW Shamsi bowling fantastic lines, wicket to wicket. He knows the better miss he hits. And the second time unlucky. Shamsi picks up another. Afghanistan beginning to tumble.
Yeah, quite impressed by Shamsi. Firstly, his accuracy, and secondly, his persistence on that line there. Just giving him any room to play with. Not a lot of turn there. So he gets it wicket to wicket, and it's always in with a shout there. Very, very good bowling so far by the South African wrist spinner.
What also impressive here, Quivers, is the field placing. So he sort of asked the guy to play across the line. And as we've said so many times, it's not an easy wicket to sweep on. And Afghanistan batters are falling into the trap. And LBW's been seen a few times here today.
The new batter for Afghanistan A, the captain Shafiq, wearing number 28 on his back. We'll see what he can do here for his team. A little bit in trouble here, losing another wicket there, but still in a balance. If you look at that graph we just showed you, it's only 4 runs at the halfway stage between it. But unfortunately, 5 wickets down for Afghanistan A, and South Africa were only 2 wickets down.
Very attacking now from South Africa. Again, slip in. Shamsi bowling superbly well. And as I say that, he delivers a short and wide one. Gets cut. Fantastic fielding on the boundary. Only 2. It's also fantastic. You know, when you bowl, if you bad delivery, your fielders help you out. Saved certain 2 runs for South Africa there.
You definitely summed it up well there. Just gives that bowler a little bit of extra energy where bad bowls go for 2 instead of 4, and it just saves you and it just helps you and lifts the energies.
Outside edge. The wrong one, not picked by Shafak.
Yeah, it's very good here by Shamsi. After this try series, he's on the plane to play in the Caribbean Premier League again. He's been quite a good record the last 2 years, so he's on his way there again. So it's good to see him do well.
Again, the outside edge, thick outside half. This one will run away for 4. But one feels that the batsman not in total control.
Yeah, maybe a couple of indifferent deliveries here by Shamsi trying to get the new batter out. It just looks like he left the stumps. We praised him the previous over for being so effective in terms of his line not leaving the stumps, and it just looks like he gave the new batter Shafiq a little bit too much room there, which allowed it two scoring opportunities for him there.
End of the over, 140 for 5 after 26 overs. There we see the fall of the wickets. South Africa taking wickets constantly throughout this innings, and that puts Afghanistan under pressure. We keep taking wickets. They haven't put a real good partnership together that puts South Africa under pressure. They've been scoring freely, but wickets have been tumbling down the track, straight down the ground. Hits the side screen. Fantastic shot. Because as you said, you feel their game plan is block, and then the big shot. They've been able to hit a few big shots and boundaries, but nothing has happened in between. Uses his feet, goes straight down the ground. Best place to hit.
Yeah, one thing is for sure, they're able to hit the ball, but the only problem is that balls in between, where Reza Hendricks were brilliant. He just managed to get a strike after a boundary, and they lacked that. That's much better than after the 6 they get a single. I just feel that's the reason why they're never going to get to this total here today. I might be wrong, but I just feel like they haven't got that big partnership and a little bit of consistency, a little bit of big innings and big shots at certain times, and then it is lack of wickets also, which make them 5 down at the moment.
Yeah, it's called the block slog theory, which I'm fully aware of and used to. Yeah, and I agree with you. It's not always just the boundaries. It's what happens in between. Very good. Hands on head. Feels if he gets through there, it is pretty straight. It's, as we've said before, Pangiso's strength, bowling wicket to wicket. Another big shot. Long on has been brought in, and he's taken the bait, and one bounce for Pangiso. A little bit expensive today so far.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on the field here? Look at the 2 guys on the offside behind square, and the guys are not really looking to sweep or play any reverse sweep kind of shot. So I just feel sometimes with the way they attack, the way they play, and the way they go about their boundaries, if we can have a long on or a cow, it might end up becoming a wicket-taking position.
well bowled the slower one. Again, expensive for Pangiso. End of that over. As Afghanistan moved to 151 for 5 after 27 overs. Some of the Afghanistan fans, good to see. They're coming to support their team. Shamsi to continue. He's been bowling really well today.
Very good lines again there by Shamsi. I just feel that's the right line, not to leave the stumps there. Anything off the stumps, anything can happen.
He is not picking the wrong one. I feel Shamsi doesn't try too much here. He's been bowling really good. Straight lines. He's had a couple of LBWs. He's obviously got the slip in for that specific delivery. Again, not picked.
Yeah, that wrong one is causing havoc at the moment here by Shamsi. He really gets it out of the back of the hand quite well, and he's very accurate, and that's a massive plus for the South African side to look at him in the one-day form, where he's really been very consistent in his lines today and his length. He hasn't bowled a lot of bad balls.
Pressure definitely starting to build here. One can expect maybe a big shot. Just works it square on the leg side for a single.
Yeah, Afghanistan needs another 182 runs of 134 balls, and the bigger that gap becomes for South Africa, A side, the better it is, the higher the risk is going to be from the Afghanistan batters, which is going to allow us to pick up wickets again. And that's been the situation throughout the day.
Slogs across the line, great contact. Maximum again, just what we spoke about earlier. They find the boundary quite regularly today. Good way to end the over for Afghanistan. Moves them up to 158 for 5. The end of the 28th over.
Look at the comparisons there. That red worm is right on the blue worm again, and it just shows you the Irish cricket that they play. Still a boundary over puts South Africa under pressure, but it just looks like high risk, and they might get themselves into trouble by keep losing wickets consistently. So bit of a partnership here, and anything can happen to the back end of today's game. It's very equal at the moment.
Yeah, you can see South Africa's hit 9 sixes in the entire innings. Afghanistan standing on 7 already. And maybe for what reason, South Africa has changed bowling. Patterson back into the attack. Mix up. It is hit. Not out. Very good fielding. Massive mix up in the middle. He gets back. Beautiful fielding from Pangiso.
Yeah, nice positive captaincy here by Kayazondo. It just feels like they've got used to the spinners and they took them on. And it's good to see the opening bowler coming back, try and pick up a wicket and try and strike and break the partnership here, which I don't feel the Afghanistan batters will enjoy the extra pace too much.
Yeah, You see non-striker looking for the one. He gets back comfortably enough. Off a shot. Going down and a little bit high, but Patterson impressive, straight on the mark. His captain brought him back. He's replacing Pangiso, who's been a little bit expensive today.
A very good start. You summed it up well, yeah. And I think that he came back to strike here for his captain, and there's no point bowling a couple of boundary balls. He's been on it from the first ball, and he's 3 very good balls here. So as we said, that block slog fury. So what's going to happen here? You might see another high-risk shot by the Afghanistan batters.
In there and on cue, he bowls a freebie, short and wide, and another maximum for the Afghanistan batter. Just been praising him, and on cue he bowls a short and wide one.
Yeah, it's a funny one where we are now. Obviously the Afghanistan guys are playing very high-risk cricket here, but I just feel it's important for South Africa A side to stuck to their guns here now, not to change of their game plan, to make sure that as long as the Afghanistan batters hitting good shots of good balls, that it's alright. But that was just a change-up and a bit of a wayward short ball.
Work down to square leg. Couple of runs taken. Turns it into quite a good over so far. 1 ball to go. Already 8 off it. Yeah, this is also interesting. We'll see what the South African captain does here. Putting a little bit of pressure on our bowlers. They've obviously lost 5 wickets, but they're up with the rate. And that we'll see what the South African captain, if he feels the pressure.
That's where we want to be, top of that off stump. It brings the end to the 29th over. Afghanistan A, 166 for 5. They feel they're in a very good position. Need another 168 of 127 balls. And there's a change in commentary. Krier and Dumisa going to entertain you guys for the next half an hour again.
Thank you, Kobus and Johan. Shamsi to continue from the HBC end. And South Africa under just a little bit of pressure here with this partnership developing. A few good boundaries by Afghanistan A. And really important just to remain nice and calm, to keep doing what they're doing, and the chances will come.
Yeah, they've taken it to the South African bowling attack on occasions. Afghanistan batsmen have played without fear. They've cleared that boundary with ease, and they've hit experienced bowlers out of their attack.
Beautiful piece of bowling, just a little bit more overspin there by Shamsi. Induced a false stroke there by Shafak.
Beautiful ball from Tabraiz Shamsi. Does this often, puts doubt in the batsman's mind. Slog sweep on one knee, straight down. Great catch at the deep mid-wicket boundary. Dane Pedersen getting himself into a very good position to take that catch coming forward. It's always difficult. Shamsi picks up his 3rd wicket for 18.
The dangerous Afsar Sazazi to enter as Shafak departs. The new batsman coming in is Karim. Karimullah Jannat, the opening bowler for the Afghanistan A side. Only a youngster, only age 18, and he's made a real impression already today with the ball.
And this is the reason why he's here. He got underneath that one, just didn't get enough elevation that he hoped to get. And a beautiful catch coming forward by Dan Pedersen at the deep wicket boundary. It's exactly what we spoke about losing wickets at regular intervals. Makes it very difficult to build a partnership, to get momentum going. You have a few nasty blows just to rattle the SA attack. But you have to have the ability to absorb some kind of pressure to chase down big totals. They got a way to go of learning though. That's why they're here, Afghanistan team. And there's no better learning curve than experience.
Absolutely. We've seen Shafak really take the attack to the bowlers here. And it's important that young Karim do as much as he can to keep giving him a strike. Be quite interesting to see the two comparative scores West Africa A were during that same time. But it's actually very close. The only negative from the Afghanistan A side perspective is that they've lost a lot more wickets. But that's also due to some very fine bowling by Aaron Pangiso as well as Tabraya Shamsi.
Scoreboard, Pedro.
Change in field.
A bit more, Pedro.
Deep backward square leg comes in into the ring. Rightfully so. New batsman. Straight into the game for Farhan Berdin, standing at quite a square leg. Slip in. South Africa they're sniffing an opportunity here.
Beautiful work there together with the bowler and the captain, as Dumisa said. Bring that square leg in, prevent him from getting off strike, and it gives Shams the opportunity to really attack here. He's got 3 for 18, approaching the last ball in his 7th over, and I think he's set him up nicely for the one going away from him. He pushes long off back, and I'm sure he'll look him to push hard into that gap and bring slip into play here. Absolutely, bowls that other one. And the batsman just manages to squeeze it out, and it ends a terrific over by Tabraya Shamsi. It leaves Afghanistan 166 for 6 after 30 overs.
He approaches, comes down the wicket and has a huge heave, and he's got enough of it for the ball to get the momentum to go all the way to the boundary for 4. Pressure on the bowler, first ball up.
Absolutely, Dane Patterson under real pressure here. They've really looked to come hard at him today. Between him and Dala, a real test for how they adapt to these slow conditions, since it's very clear that the batters will run at them and look to attack them straight down the ground.
Enjoying the mindset though, put pressure on the bowler, first ball up.
Better by Dane Patterson that. very sure the captain will look to bring fine leg up into the circle and push long off back very soon after he's bowled a dot there. We know how Shafak has played. He's attacked them. He's looked to dominate through his power game. So unless he's looking to use more slower balls into the wicket or more short balls, this is quite a dangerous field to bowl at.
Short ball gets underneath that one. Staying out of danger. That first stroke to the boundary would have annoyed Dan Pedersen. It was a heave across the line. Just got enough of it.
In the air, Dala under it, and another wicket for Dane Patterson. Very good captaincy and bowling on that occasion, where they decided to go at a shorter length to Shafak, and he's fallen into this trap and holds out at mid-on, where Junior Tala completes an easy catch.
It was coming one way or the other. He backed himself 110% on that occasion. Afsa Zazi caught Junior Dala, bowled Dan Pedersen for 16. 170 for 7.
Simple catch by Junior Dala. It leaves Afghanistan in real strife here, 7 down. With a lot of work for Sharaf, the incoming batsman, to do.
Sharafuddin Ashraf, age 22, comes into bat. Two new men at the crease, exactly what South Africa wanted. To have the Afghanistan batsman on the back foot. Really struggling now, Afghanistan.
Straight away off strike as he pushes Patterson down to deep cover boundary. Yes, as you mentioned, Demisa, a lot of work to be done right now. They require 166 runs of only 116 balls. So for them to stay alive in this tri-series, it's important they keep going for the win here. A lot to play for, and I also think it's a situation where you learn as a batter here. If you win one of these in your career, you will grow a lot.
Good bowling by Dane Pedersen. He's bounced him and has only managed to force a mishit, which has gone straight up, and a comfortable catch straight back to him. Good bowling from Dan Pedersen. He's shown aggression, and he was shown how ruthless he can be, especially with the bottom order batsman. Karimullah Janat only lasted 4 balls without troubling the scorers. Afghanistan are 171 for 8. This is how it happened. Dark and short. Well directed bouncer, which enforced a mishit. And a very comfortable catch by Dan Pedersen of his own bowling.
And the new coming batsman, Mohammad Yamin Ahmadzai, 25 years of age and a right-handed batsman. He comes in with a lot of work to do here. Very, very good tactics by the captain, and well executed by Dane Patterson in that previous over, where they decided to go a lot shorter in their length, and the result was 2 wickets.
Losing their way, Afghanistan, and it's happening very quickly. South Africa is smelling an opportunity here to close this game down. Lots of traffic by Kaya Zondo, dropping the deep backward square leg so fine, almost at a wide fine leg, just making sure that his fielders are in the right place. He's been in control of this game.
Shamsi to start his another over here. He starts with a nice dot. Nice and attacking field here as well. A slip still in play. Long off has moved into a mid-on position. And Shamsi will really look to dominate here.
A little bit of bounce, well controlled. But that's always been the difference between the top teams and so-called the minnows, where once you found and smelt an opportunity, you have the ability to close the game down. And that's what South Africa has done.
Beautiful delivery. Great skill by Tabare Shamsi. He has set the batter up with a couple of balls going across him. And then that one that's spinning back, and it just sees him in flight and guile, and a beautiful bit of turn as well.
Absolutely beautiful executed ball by Tabraiz Shamsi. He has lured him into the stroke. He has come forward. Sharafuddin Ashraf was deceived by a brilliant ball. He's managed to score 1 run. Afghanistan 171 for 9. And this is how it happened.
Oh, it's an absolute peach by Tabrai Shamsi. Beautiful delivery. Shamsi now has taken 4 wickets for only 18 runs. And he has managed to exploit the most out of this wicket, where the seamers have had to bowl a lot of slow balls. But Shamsi has been very, very good today.
Farid Ahmad, age 22, is coming in as the last batsman to deal with the informed Tabraiz Shamsi. He is always a handful, even to the top batsman, but absolutely is ruthless when it comes to the bottom order.
Shamsi continuing a left off. Slightly short, great effort by the man at short cover. Farhad Beradin flung himself to his left and only managed to get a hand on it, which would have given Shamsi his fifer, but a valiant effort by Farhad Beradin.
Great effort there by Farhan Beadin. Just managing to elude him. I thought it was powerfully struck.
Concludes another wonderful over by Tabrai Shamsi. Afghanistan 172 for 9 after 32 overs.
It's just a matter of time now till South Africa A wraps up this game. They have Afghanistan literally the backs against the wall at 172 for 9. And early on, Hendricks topped the batting scorecards with 172 after 144 balls. Kaya Zondo well supporting him, 58. And Shamsi has been the star of the second half, picking up 4 wickets for 19.
It's been a beautiful winter's day here in Pretoria. South Africa would be looking to wrap this game up now with Patterson into the attack. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of hostility here as he runs in, looking for that third wicket of his.
Well, that's what it has come down to. Almost a desperate stroke. It's just a matter of time here till these proceedings are wrapped up. Square leg drops down to deep backward square leg to the boundaries just for protection.
Big swing, and that concludes the game. Farid gets bowled by Dane Patterson, and Afghanistan are dismissed for 172. A very convincing win by the South African A side, set up beautifully by Risa Hendricks, and concluded nicely by Dane Patterson and Tabraiz Shamsi. South Africa win by 164 runs in their second game of this try series between South Africa, India and themselves. Just it shows Dane Patterson, that trusted Yorker of his wraps up the game, and a convincing victory with some wonderful performances for the side. Play 2, 1-2. It just shows a jubilant South African side after a very happy performance by the proud captain Kaya Zondo.
A very clinical performance by South Africa. Yeah, I think at the halfway stage Afghanistan had a chance, and they will be a little bit disappointed by the second half of the innings, where they just played a little bit too Irish cricket, and it didn't work out for them today. But all in all, a very good day, and especially a very good 100 by Reza Hendricks.
Absolutely, and I think as a management group and these players, they seem to have struck some good form at the right time of this tournament as well. Very fine performances by some individuals with some cameos as well in the batting and in the bowling. And as we look at the match summary, South Africa amassed a mammoth total of 337 for 5, spearheaded by Risa Hendricks with a wonderful 172 from 144 balls, very well supported by his captain Kaya Zondo. The pick of the bowlers for the Afghanistan side was Ramat with 2 for 58. And then in reply, Afghanistan A dismissed for 172. The main players there was Ramat as well, so he concluded a nice game individually, but collectively quite a disappointing result for the side, with some wonderful bowling by Tabraiz Shamsi taking 4 for 19, as well as Dane Patterson 3 for 29, and concludes a win for South Africa A by 164 runs.
Riza, an excellent innings you played today. Thinking coming to this innings, what did you think you needed to work on to make sure that the team goes in the right direction?
Yeah, firstly, thank you very much. Yeah, we knew it's going to be tough up front, so we obviously had to take our time a bit up front and started slowly, and then the wicket obviously got better and then allowed us to get into it. Obviously, assistant conditions, getting used to the pace of the wicket, and it helped that going forward. Yeah, so the longer time we spent at the crease, it just got easier and better. Yeah.
What was the talk as a team coming into this game? Obviously, we know that Afghanistan is not high up there in their rankings. You guys need to also make a statement. What was the talk in there before you guys came out to bat?
Yeah, we obviously respected Afghanistan. We know they're not the biggest name. But yeah, we obviously wanted to have our standards and our performances. So going into the game, we just wanted to focus on what we can do well and doing the basics well. And obviously playing that sort of perfect kind of game.
And what are you guys' plans going into the next game against India? I'm sure you've put this to bed now. What are you guys' plans going into the next game against India?
Yeah, we know India's going to be a tough opposition, especially after the first game, so they're going to come back strong. So yeah, after this, we start fresh and we focus on our next games on Thursday. So we focus again on India and we take it from there.
We played again today, Riza.
Thank you very much, Joe.
That's Riza Hendricks, 172 at the top of the order. With me now is Tabraiz Shamsi, the star of the South African bowling. Tabraiz, you did a few things right today, but how did you start and get on into your rhythm?
Well, look, obviously, firstly, Riza played a brilliant knock, so we had quite a bit of runs on the board. So that was quite nice. It's always nice as a bowler to defend 300 plus. So I could get in my rhythm, and we took wickets up front, so that really helps as well.
What was the most thing that worked for you today? Because you did kind of have a slow start to get things right, but as soon as you kicked on, everything seemed to fall into place. What exactly did you try to focus on?
Yeah, obviously, it's my first game in the series, so just getting used to the conditions at the Tuks Oval. But I just try and keep it as tight as I can. Obviously, they had a big score on board, so I didn't have to go and look for the wickets. I knew that if I hit my areas, I'll get rewarded.
And what was the talk out there in the changing room after you guys had batted in your first innings, planning for the second innings?
Look, we've worked really hard, the guys had a nice camp before the series started. We've been fortunate, both our wins have been bonus point victories, so all the hard work that the guys are putting in is really paying off. In the first game we saw good performances from Farhan Biadin, Dwayne Pretorius, Aaron Pangiso, and in this game myself and Riza. So it's good that different guys are performing, and I think that's really important for a series like this.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tabraiz. I think you bowled well today. Excellent. We look forward to the next game.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.